From Texas. And we have
Gayla from
Gayla, Oklahoma. So we have I think it's working. Okay, so what I would like everybody to do is hold up your bingo card. Everybody have a bingo card? So this is a fun session. This is so that you get a little bit of assistance with getting to know some other assisters, okay? So on your bingo card, there are several boxes. So for example, one says, has never used a car sharing app. So if you meet someone who has never used a car sharing app, you write their name and their organization. So your job is to get bingo, okay? Whether it's vertically, diagonally, 5 in a row, bingo. That's your task. And I know there's not a lot of people, but when they find out how fun this session is, they will start pouring in. Am I right? Yes, I am right. So you can get up, you can move up and down the aisles, you can walk back and forth. So you want to just go to every single assister and just ask a question. Which one do you fit? Get their name, organization. When you have bingo, I want you to holler out, bingo. Can you try that for me? 1, 2, 3. Yay, okay? So, you can begin now. Let's get some excitement. Yay! Bingo! Oh. Hi. Makita? Yay, I got it right. From Illinois. How are you?
You're not.
No, but I will. If you need me, I'll be like a Hail Mary. I'll be like the last, resort. I'm a last resort. Oh, we have more people coming in. Yay, hi.
There we go. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch, and thank you for being on time. Just a reminder for our webcast viewers, if you have any questions, please go to the CTEO website and click on the Ask CMS Live link and submit your question there. And again, for our in-house guests, if you have questions, please fill out those index cards and drop them in the punch bowls in the back of the room. Our next session, Overlapping Coverage, Medicare Transitions, will consist of a conversation between a number of CMS representatives. Please help me welcome Sheffy Alexander, Patrick Flaherty, Jessica Veffer, and Major Bullock.
Hi, thanks for, am I on? Okay. Thanks so much for joining us again. As Stacy mentioned, my name is Sheffy Alexander, and I'll be moderating today's panel. Today we hope you'll leave with, one, a better understanding of how to help prevent consumers from being enrolled in duplicative marketplace and Medicare coverage, and how to help consumers who are duly enrolled resolve these issues. Okay, so before we start, just a few housekeeping items. When you sat down, you should have found a job aid on your chairs. If you don't have a job aid, go ahead and move closer to a chair that has a job aid. For those of you listening at home, the handout is called the Medicare Periodic Data Matching, and you could find it with the other summit session materials online. We'll save some time at the end for Q&A, so if you have any questions throughout our conversation, please hold them till the end, as we'll try to address as many as we can. Okay, now just to warm us up, I just wanted to get a sense of who we have in the room and what your experience is with Medicare. This is going to be interactive, so if you guys could stand up if you've ever helped a consumer with Medicare-related issues. Okay, it's a good majority of the room. Now remain standing if the consumer you helped was duly enrolled in Medicare and Marketplace coverage. Okay. Great. Now remain standing if the consumer you helped received a periodic data matching notice from the marketplace, letting them know that they were duly enrolled in duplicative coverage. Okay, still a few. Now, stand back up if you said that you helped a consumer with a Medicare-related issue, or remain standing if you already are. We're going to do a little activity. We're going to have you turn to your neighbor, your nearest neighbor if they're not right next to you, and just share a success story that you've had working with the consumer on a Medicare-related issue. We'll give you a few minutes, and then we'll call on some volunteers to share some stories. Sound okay?
They didn't test our mics. What?
Chevy's my phone. Chevy's my phone.
Should I look?
Chevy's my phone. Guys are making.
So that maybe the control.
Okay, we'll give you just a minute just to wrap up, and we'll call in some volunteers. Take a seat when you're ready. Okay, do we have any volunteers from the audience? Raise your hand if you'd like to share your story, or you're volunteering your neighbor to share their story. We'll get a mic to you shortly. All right, I think we have somebody in the front.
Good afternoon. My name is Makeda London, and I'm a Navigator and Program Manager from Chicago, Illinois, and we're funded by United Way. And the story I wanted to share, is that what I'm doing? Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
A Medicare related.
Was a consumer who presented about a year ago, and he had both Medicare and a marketplace plan. And we discussed why he had those two different insurance coverages. He was the type of consumer that paid forward. And it took a couple of months, like my friend here said, she had a similar situation because Medicare and the marketplace were not communicating with each other. It was clearly he had the card, but finally we did, and now he's one of my very consistent consumers. I'll put it that way.
Thank you, Makeda. Do we have anybody else that'd like to share a story?
Okay. Hi, my name is Sarah. I am from Penn Asian Senior Services in Pennsylvania. So my story is a little different. I had a couple, and they both had marketplace application. They didn't have dual eligibility or dual enrollment. They were transitioning into Medicare. One of them was transitioning first, and the other one had to transition afterwards. They just didn't know what timeline. They wanted to do it together. But obviously, I had to explain to them that that could not obviously happen. If one is getting Medicare immediately, then they have to enroll in Medicare, and the other person has to stay with the marketplace. So I think the trickiest part of them was taking one person out of the marketplace application and letting the other person transition into Medicare. And then I think it took like about 6 months afterwards that the other person again, the spouse had to go into Medicare, so they transitioned into Medicare. But then in both cases, we had to actively contact the marketplace and tell them that they were enrolling in Medicare and that their marketplace account had to stop or had to be terminated. So we had to call the marketplace and the insurance plan that they had to terminate all coverage when they're Medicare. And they, of course, required documented proof that this was going on, so they're not, in a gap period. That was about it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. So kudos to all of you for sharing. Oh, is there one more person that wants to share? Okay. Amr, we have one more person that would like to share.
I'm Steve Goldman from the Oklahoma Primary Care Association, and we're starting to get some savvy senior consumers who want to know how long they can stay on their marketplace plan before having to go to Medicare, especially late in the year. If their deductible's been paid on their marketplace plan, then they feel it's going backwards to go on Medicare. So some more clarification on how long can somebody after age 65 stay on marketplace with their tax credits and then transition to Medicare in the month they want, using that full Medicare initial enrollment period. That'd be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. And we just have, before we get started with our conversation to address that specific question, I just have a few more questions to test your Medicare knowledge. And these questions, feel free to raise your hand, and again, we'll get a mic to you. Can anyone tell me what the 4 parts of Medicare are? Everett has somebody in the back? Okay.
Hi, my name's Aaron with the Ohio Association of Food Banks. Part A, which is hospitalization, Part B, which is doctor visits, Part D is prescriptions, and then Part C is a Medicare Advantage plan. So it's like a combination of A, B, and D.
Yep, okay, you got them all, Aaron, thanks. So as you all know, since the passage of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, Parts A and C count as health plans that meet the individual shared responsibility provisions requirement to have a health plan that meets minimum essential coverage, or MEC for short. The marketplaces or exchanges were created to enable individuals to sign up for coverage to meet this requirement if they did not have a health plan that met MEC. So in general, if you enroll in traditional Medicare, Part A, or an Advantage plan, Part C, you do not need to enroll in a marketplace plan. But we'll get into the weeds with that later on. The next question to you is, how does a consumer qualify for Medicare, and who qualifies? I think we have somebody in the front.
Hello? Okay. Kathleen Jeter, I'm from Chattanooga, Tennessee with Family and Children's Services. I'm the lead navigator. A person can qualify for Medicare both age and disability. So if they're aging in at 65, they qualify. If they're under 65 and they have been approved for disability through Social Security, they can get Medicare under 65. And then also folks that have the Lou Gehrig's disease, and possibly folks that have kidney failure through dialysis.
All right, thank you, definitely. For those that are under 65, they should be receiving SSDI, the disability, for at least 24 months. But yes, that's exactly how people get and qualify for Medicare. Thank you, that answer was perfect. Okay, now I'll get started with a few questions on Medicare transitions for our panelists. So with us today is Patrick Flaherty from our enrollment division, Jessica Veffer from our Marketplace Eligibility Enrollment Group, and Major Bullock from the Center for Medicare here in Baltimore. Okay. So we have some questions for our panelists that are more general and others that are a little bit more deep dive, since we have varying levels of expertise amidst us in the audience. To begin, my first question to you all is, if a consumer has MEC Medicare, so Part A or C, can they enroll in a marketplace plan and receive APTCs and CSRs?
Yes, they can enroll in a plan. They do have to determine if they're eligible for premium or premium-free Medicare Part A. Once they have that determination, then they can determine how they can also fit in their marketplace plan. Generally, individuals are not eligible for APTC if they're already enrolled in Medicare, but they can determine what best meets their circumstances and figure out how to approach it. With your help, we can also forward them to the Marketplace call center, their local SHIP, or the local SHIP Marketplace call center, or the Medicare and healthcare.gov websites for more information.
Okay. Are there any Medicare eligible consumers who can decide not to enroll in Medicare and select a marketplace plan instead? So that kind of is one of the audience questions.
So yes, individuals who are not eligible for free Part A, meaning they have to pay a premium for Part A, they can actually not enroll in Part A, or if they have enrolled, they can terminate such enrollment. And individuals who have end-stage renal disease, they have the option to choose whether or not they want to enroll in A and B, or a marketplace plan.
Yeah, that's why they need to determine what kind of Medicare Part A they are eligible for to begin with, and then that kind of helps us and helps you dictate what resources to point them towards.
Okay. So it sounds like consumers should not be enrolled in both Medicare marketplace coverage, though, at the same time.
Yes, in general, one coverage duplicates the other.
Okay. Thank you. Jess, can you talk about what the marketplace is doing to let consumers know that if they are duly enrolled, what are we doing in terms of notifying consumers?
Sure. So our regulations dictate that all exchanges must perform some kind of periodic matching to see if there are any enrollees in both QHP coverage with financial assistance and other forms of public coverage that would qualify as minimum essential coverage, as Sheffy explained earlier. And so periodically, the federal exchange goes into our data stores and looks at all enrollees that have active marketplace coverage, and then reconciles our data with the Medicare data to determine if there's anyone that's duly eligible in both a active QHP plan and also Medicare Parts A or C, which are considered minimum essential coverage. And then we take those individuals that are identified in that process and we send them a notice in either English or Spanish that gives them instructions to help them decide what next steps that might be eligible for based on their circumstances.
Okay. So if the sisters wanted to find out more detail about CMS's actions, where could they go?
Sure. So in the job aid that is associated with this session, there's really detailed instructions about what a consumer can do based on the circumstances they present with. But in general, the instructions are kind of broken down by what kind of premium or premium-free Medicare Part A a consumer might be eligible for, whether they're already enrolled in Medicare Part B, and also their reason for entitlement to Medicare.
Okay, thanks, Jess. Now we know how Medicare PDM works and what the marketplace is doing to help duly enrolled individuals. Now, in a show of hands, who has ever received a question from a consumer who is enrolled in Medicare Part A and has marketplace coverage but isn't enrolled in Medicare Part B? Just a few. So again, a consumer is enrolled in Part A and a marketplace plan, but not in Part B. Okay, a few people in the back. So we're actually going to talk about the policy associated with that situation. It's something that's called equitable relief. Major, can you explain the equitable relief policy and say more about how assisters can help consumers who end their marketplace coverage when they don't have Medicare Part B and are paying for a Part B penalty?
Sure. So what we found was that many individuals became duly enrolled in Medicare Part A and the marketplace plan, and they didn't enroll in Part B. Most folks thinking that it was more affordable to not enroll in Part B but take their marketplace coverage with their APTC, and found out later that that was not too good of a decision to make, and that wasn't the correct decision to make. We developed equitable relief, and under the equitable relief policy, we were allowing those duly enrolled individuals who, during their initial enrollment period, decided not to enroll in Part B and picked rather a marketplace plan, the opportunity to enroll without penalty. And that enrollment period is going to be ending the end of September.
Okay.
And for individuals who did enroll and they are currently paying a Part B penalty, under the equitable relief, they do have the chance to contact Social Security Administration and let them know that they do qualify for it and they can have the Part B penalty removed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I heard you say a deadline date. What was the date for people that are?
The end of September.
The end of September?
The end of September.
Okay, so
all
that's...
requests must be made by the end of September.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's something for us all to note down. So let's now move on to issuers and their role. Patrick, can you tell us if issuers can sell consumers plans if they know the consumer is enrolled in Medicare?
Generally, no. The anti-duplication provision prohibits an issuer from selling or issuing individual coverage when they know the consumer is a Medicare enrollee. This is a long-time provision. It predates the Affordable Care Act, and it was meant to protect Medicare beneficiaries from buying duplicative coverage. It applies to all individual coverage that duplicates Medicare, so that includes marketplace plans as well as plans bought off the marketplace, individual coverage off the marketplace. However, it doesn't apply to SHOP, and it doesn't apply to just the employer market in general. The anti-duplication provision would not prevent someone from being duly enrolled, for example, in a marketplace plan and an employer plan. Of course, they would have an APTC issue. They wouldn't be eligible for APTC if that plan was minimum essential coverage.
Okay. Now, does that count for re-enrollments too?
It may. So if you're a QHP enrollee and you've become enrolled in Medicare during the plan year, your issuer will renew you if the renewal plan isn't a change in policy or contract. But what's a change in policy or contract is a matter of state law, and of course what the re-enrollment plan available to you as issuers adjust their products every plan year. So we've actually had many QHP issuers tell us that all their re-enrollment plans are a change in policy or contract, and they duplicate Medicare, so they're going to be non-renewing their QHP enrollees. And I think there's a special note here to make about how this works its way out in the marketplace. Because the change in policy or contract is a matter of state law, the marketplace is still going to send those renewal transactions for people who are who've become Medicare enrolled, and it'll be on the issuer to either to not renew the policy. And if there's a mixed eligibility family, meaning, for example, a husband and wife, or the husband has become duly enrolled in Medicare, but the wife still needs her marketplace coverage, the issuer will have to cancel the entire 2018 QHP policy, so for both husband and wife, and it'll be incumbent on the family to return to the marketplace so that the wife can reapply for her QHP coverage.
Okay, all right, thanks, Patrick. So if a consumer has a QHP, a qualified health plan, and receives APTC or CSRs and becomes eligible for Medicare, what can an assister do to advise these consumers?
Sure. So I think that we rely on our marketplace.gov and medicare.gov information, but I think that assisters can assist this consumer that might become eligible for APTC by first helping them identify what they're enrolled in and whether they're enrolled in Medicare premium free or Medicare that's associated with premium, and also whether they're already enrolled in Part B or not yet. So if they're duly enrolled in marketplace coverage and premium free Medicare Part A, but not Part B, they can take advantage of this equitable relief opportunity as Major suggested before the end of September and enroll in Medicare Part B without a penalty or with a reduced penalty associated with it. I think that they also need to make sure that there's not a gap in coverage. We want to make sure that they have confirmation of their enrollment in Medicare Part B before they go in and either call the Marketplace Center or find a way to change out of their Medicare or their Marketplace coverage so they can rely on their Medicare coverage.
Okay. So when an individual who has QHP coverage through the Marketplace and is also the primary filer on a family application, transitions onto Medicare through a disability and is under age 65, how should they update their Marketplace application?
I think I could take this. So it kind of makes a difference if they're the only applicant, so they're both the primary, but there's also no other people on the application. They could likely help themselves, or you could sit down with an assister and do it through their Marketplace account and just take advantage of the ability to set a termination date in the future. We want to be careful that people don't have a gap in coverage, and of course there's a risk of having the overlap in coverage because there may be a responsibility to repay APTC and CSR. In general, I think we advise mixed eligibility families, so some are Medicare beneficiaries, but some still need their Marketplace coverage because that's all they have, to call a call center, so that, because the call center can work with you to make sure the person who's aging into Medicare comes off at the right date. Sometimes when you do that, just from your Marketplace account, you get an unexpected termination date. So it's better to do that from the call center.
Okay. So for the upcoming enrollment period, if you're helping a consumer who knows they're going to be retiring, should you encourage consumers to fill out a Marketplace application if you know the consumer will become Medicare eligible sometime in 2018?
Yeah, I think that is definitely the case. I think we want to maintain coverage in whatever form you're most eligible for that best meets your needs. So if initially in the beginning of a coverage year you're eligible for a marketplace plan, even though you know that you're going to become Medicare eligible, we would encourage that consumer to enroll in a marketplace plan, and with financial assistance if they're otherwise eligible. And then once they know that they are confirmed enrolled in both Medicare Parts A and B or Medicare Part C, they can come in and call the call center or find a resource to end their marketplace coverage if they so choose. Because I think that we want to make sure there's no gaps in coverage, and also we want to minimize the number of months that a consumer might have to pay back APTC, as Patrick alluded to. Consumers that are enrolled in both a marketplace plan and eligible for premium-free Medicare Part A will have to pay back some or all of the APTC paid on their behalf during those months of overlapping coverage. So we want to be as consumer-friendly as possible and get them in the right coverage and make sure they're not having to pay anything extra.
Okay. So back to financial assistance. Will APTC or CSRs be removed off an application when one of the joint filers receives Medicare? So there's a family and one of them is receiving Medicare.
So currently our PDM process is semi-manual. We're identifying these individuals, we're noticing them, we're encouraging them to determine what coverage is best fit for their situation and circumstances, but we will not end APTC on their behalf. It's encouraged that they return to the marketplace and end their coverage if they choose so, or end their financial assistance, and then determine their path in terms of whether they take up Medicare or if they decide to go about.
How does the
Marketplace
filer
coverage.
on that application without Medicare pay for those premiums then?
Sorry, repeat?
How does a filer without Medicare pay for their premiums?
So as Patrick alluded to, if there was a mixed household and one person left, they would either be on the application still and receiving APTC, or they would need to come back and recomplete a new application, get a new eligibility determination, correct?
Right.
Okay.
There are programs also, Medicare has some programs that help others pay for their Medicare if they have difficulty paying for their Medicare premiums as well, right, Major?
Exactly.
And all of that is available on both healthcare.gov, a lot of information is healthcare.gov and medicare.gov websites.
Okay.
This may be on the job resource, but just to plug a web resource, if you go to healthcare.gov/Medicare, changing from Marketplace to Medicare, a lot of these questions are also answered there if you want to follow up later.
Okay. Okay, so now a question for the audience. Who would you advise consumers to contact if they have specific questions about transitioning on to Medicare while having a marketplace plan with their family? Raise your hand if you know the answer. Is there somebody over here that could get a mic up here?
Mike's on the way.
State health insurance assistance programs are the best resource in my opinion, because they are on-the-ground assisters just like Navigators are and CACs. So, and every state has a state health insurance program. So I would highly encourage everybody in the room that does not have a partnership with their SHIP offices to do so. Because they're local, and if it's a consumer that is transitioning from Marketplace to Medicare, if there are issues on the Marketplace end, you can be the one to work on that, as well as the SHIP coordinators can help with the transition to Medicare.
Okay.
Thanks, Catherine. It's also in the notice that we have links to the local SHIP number website, so thanks for reminding us, Catherine.
Mm-hmm. Is there anybody?
If at all possible, at your particular agency, what we've been able to do, all of the navigators and the CACs are also certified SHIP counselors. And so we do all things insurance, but it depends on your funding and the direction of your agency.
Okay. Now, just to recap, another question for the audience. Who can tell me what the best time is for consumers to inform the marketplace that they have Medicare coverage? Raise your hands again, and we'll get a mic to you. So again, the question is, tell me what the best time, if there is a best time, a consumer can inform the marketplace that they have Medicare coverage.
I think it really greatly depends. Oh, stand up. Okay, sorry. Again, Kathleen Jeter for Chattanooga, Tennessee. And the only reason I know because I was a SHIP coordinator for X number of years, so Medicare is my baby. But it depends on the household. It depends on the situation, how many people are on the marketplace account. So if everybody is transitioning off, I think you can do it 14 days prior to them needing the Medicare coverage. And then if it's somebody that's having to stay on the marketplace, then you need to do it kind of close to when that Medicare is going to start, which would be the first of the month.
Okay, thank you. Last question, back to the panelists. Do you have any words of advice for the assisters on helping consumers this upcoming open enrollment period?
Well, we developed a fact sheet for our sisters and folks in the SHIPs to help assist them in the transition from Marketplace to Medicare. It outlines who's eligible, why they're eligible, when they can enroll, how they can enroll. And it's really a good thing to follow. It's a good document.
Okay.
Sure, I mean, I can outline a couple of the things just as highlights of what we talked about today. So we talked about the job aid that's in your handout. Both Medicare.gov and Healthcare.gov have a lot of resources. The PDM notice that we sent out in this round is also posted on Healthcare.gov notices. And I think also just to keep in mind that we want to make sure there's as little or no gaps in coverage as possible, and that consumers are not having to pay back more of the APTC than is necessary if they are duly enrolled for any period of time. So, you know, as much as we can help the consumer, we want to try.
And actually, if I could just follow on to that point, just to make a real minor point. In the Medicaid panel earlier, late this morning, there was some talk about APTC and Medicaid enrollment. With Medicare, there's a higher risk if you have overlapping Medicare and QHP coverage of having to repay that premium tax credit when your consumer files taxes. So just remembering to stay on top and both avoid the gap, but also avoid long overlaps.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thanks so much. Now we'll take some time for the Q&A. If you guys have questions or more specific questions, feel free to raise your hand, and again, we'll get mics to you so that the panelists can answer. I think I see.
Hello, I'm Stacy from Pinellas County's Navigator program in Florida. And my question is, if a consumer doesn't qualify for the Medicare because of a gap in their work history, once they've reached the requirement for that work history, is it their responsibility to contact Medicare, or is Medicare going to contact them or the Social Security office? Because I cannot get an answer to that question.
Can you repeat the end part of that question? So
who's going to contact whom once they've reached that work requirement? Is it the consumer who's in that work requirement gap, or will it be Social Security or Medicare that says, okay, you're finally eligible now so that you can participate in Medicare?
So it sounds like they didn't meet their quarters of coverage requirement upon turning 65 or becoming otherwise eligible for Medicare. And when they do become eligible, who contacts them? Do you have more information on that, Major?
When they do become eligible, it would be dependent upon the individual to contact Social Security and inform them.
So maybe they look at their SHIPs, they look at the Medicare.gov website.
thank you. Thanks. Are there any other questions? Oh, okay, go ahead. Say your name.
Hello. My name is Larry Payne. I'm from Arkansas. My title is Outreach Enrollment Assistant. And of course, from a previous question about as far as overlapping coverage for Medicare, we have been told from state to state it might be different. For us, it's at least 3 months before you do turn 65. And also, possibly DHS or Medicare department might send you a letter in the mail, but that's not for certain. But they did state to us that you might get a letter in the mail of what's coming up. But at least 3 months before you do turn 65, you should notify them. That's what's coming up. Well, and that's just for Arkansas. So I was just specifying probably each state might be different.
Every individual has an initial enrollment period that begins 3 months before they turn age 65. And I'm pretty sure that's what you're talking about here. And yes, it is very important for an individual to enroll 3 months before they turn age 65 if they want to have Part A coverage to begin the month that they turn 65, and Part B as well to start the month they turn 65. Individuals who wait after they turn 65 and enroll in any of the 3 months after they turn 65 will have a delay in Part B coverage.
Okay.
So following up on that, if somebody properly takes their delayed enrollment, are they able to keep tax credits on their marketplace plan during their initial enrollment period?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one?
Mm-hmm. That as you say, folks have that initial enrollment period where they can delay the start of Medicare. During that delay period that the consumer opts for, can they keep their tax credits for their marketplace plan?
I can answer that independently of the question related to the IEP. So I think your question, if I can paraphrase it, just so I make sure I understand it, you're saying that if they do wait, they do not enroll in parts A or B during their IEP, and now it's 3 months later, you're asking if they're still eligible for marketplace coverage with tax credits during that 3-month period?
Yes.
So the answer to that is, I would say generally, individuals that are eligible for premium-free Part A are not eligible to receive tax credits associated with their marketplace coverage. The equitable relief opportunity, so this happens, they fail to enroll in Part A and Part B even though it might be in their best interests. They're not eligible to receive tax credits during that 3-month window, and if they have delayed their enrollment in Parts A or B, they might be eligible for the equitable relief under this opportunity to enroll in Part B and have their penalty for late enrollment in Part B reduced or removed, right?
Okay.
Hi, Sarah, Virginia, Navigator. I was wondering if you could touch on a little more the situation where you talked earlier where the marketplace sends to the health plan a re-enrollment. The health plan says, oh, this is a mixed eligibility family. We can't do this re-enrollment. How long before during open enrollment will that consumer family be notified by the health plan that they aren't going to be automatically renewed? Especially if they've already gotten a notice from the marketplace indicating that they would be eligible for an auto renewal, and the shortened open enrollment period. I worry that it just may confuse folks.
Yep. Well, the renewal notice actually is required to come from the health plan issuer, and so the health plan issuer should know that they're not renewing that particular enrollment, so they shouldn't get that. They'll get a marketplace open enrollment notice from the marketplace, but that's just more or less a generic notice saying these are the dates of the open enrollment period, which this year will be November 1st to December 15th. So at least the mixed message shouldn't be a problem if the issuer's sending out their notices correctly. And we are advising issuers to send a termination notice to the enrollment that's can't be renewed because it includes someone who's got Medicare and the re-enrollment plan's a change in policy or contract and duplicates Medicare. And we're asking that notice reach the consumer during the open enrollment period so that they still have time to come back, actively update their pre-populated application on the marketplace, making the person who's Medicare enrolled a non-applicant.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about seamless conversion. So if anybody on the panel could kind of address specifically what's happening in Tennessee and Chattanooga is on our marketplace, the only carrier we have is Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, and they are one of the carriers that has been approved for the seamless conversion. And I'm just kind of curious if there's anything that CMS is actively doing to work with those insurers to make sure on their end for folks that are transitioning from marketplace to onto Medicare that the insurer is really going above and beyond to really educate and make sure that they understand the change and the transitioning that's happening. And the reason I ask is we've had a few problems locally where individuals were transitioning from marketplace to Medicare, and they were automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan. And if people are not familiar with Medicare Advantage plans, they're great, but they can be problematic just to depend upon the situation and the consumer's understanding of those products. So I'm just curious if there's anything that the insurer is supposed to be doing, and if not, if there's anything that CMS is currently doing or could do to kind of make sure that communication is open, the insurer is really going above and beyond to explain this is why we're doing this is why you automatically were enrolled, here are your options, if they have the option to opt out, what is that time frame, things like that.
We might have to take that one back, Catherine. So we'll get back to you on that. Thank you. It's a good question.
Okay, I think we have a question in the back right there.
Hi, Richard Tony from West Virginia. From what I'm gathering, are you stating that for the auto renewal, consumers will not be getting letters stating that the insurance are not renewing them again? Is that clear? Are they going to receive letters saying that, okay, you will no longer be auto enrolled? Will they?
So the health plans have requirements by law and regulation to send these plans, either your coverage is being discontinued or it's being renewed, and they should know not to renew a policy that they know includes a Medicare beneficiary, and the re-enrollment plan is a change in contract. So we can do some more education with them. We have regular calls with the marketplace plan issuers, and we can remind them about this particular issue. I mean, we've already done some education, and we can keep pushing that point.
Because the concern is that consumers are used to, for those who automatically get renewed, they're gonna wait until they get that letter, and if there's no letter that's being sent to them, then the cutoff time being that now is short, they might be not able to come and enroll.
Yep.
Okay, we have a question in the middle over there.
Hi, I'm Jan from Mountain Projects, and I'm the program coordinator there. I have a question about a married couple. So the gentleman moved from Canada, and of course his work was in Canada, but he married a woman who, because of their marriage, he was able to get Medicare Part A. And I have questions about, did he have to take that at that time? I remember it was about 3 years ago. It was kind of confusing because he had an option of taking a marketplace plan and not taking the Medicare that he was eligible for because of his marriage. but he chose Medicare because he may not have gotten it back again if he. Can you speak to that at all, that situation?
So he was eligible for Medicare by using his wife's quarters of coverage.
And if he did take Part A, again, he is not eligible to have APTC
Correct.
to help him.
Correct, but at that point, I believe Social Security and Medicare, they were telling him, you have a choice. You can do this or that, but you may ruin your chances of getting back on Medicare again. So remember, he did take the Medicare. Right? He did go with the eligibility he had because of his marriage and his wife's work quarters. So is there anything you can clarify for us on that? Because I know we do have situations where people from other countries marry someone who has the work quarters here.
So yes, if he was eligible based on his wife's quarters of coverage, if he enrolled in Part, and he would be eligible for premium-free Part A. If he enrolled in premium-free Part A and didn't enroll in Part B, and instead chose the marketplace plan, he would be eligible for the equitable relief and can come back and enroll in Part B. Yes.
But if he had been eligible only for premium Medicare Part A, there are more options. So if you are only eligible for premium Medicare Part A, or you have end-stage renal disease, you have the option of taking up your whatever Medicare A and B or C that you choose, or opting out of Medicare altogether and taking up a marketplace plan, and then determining whether you have the ability to be eligible for financial assistance too. But I think that if you decided to revert back, Major, and go back and then enroll in Parts A or B or C, that you would be faced with that Part B penalty, right?
Yes.
The late enrollment penalty.
Okay. Do we have another question? Okay. All right, I guess thank you again for joining us today. We appreciate your time, and we hope we answered the majority of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, it is time for a break, and we will resume at 2:20. The special enrollment periods overview will be in here at 2:20, a sister mentoring project in C112, and balancing the risk pool in C111. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being on time. We are going to go ahead and get started. Hello, hello, hello. Boy, what a chatty group today. I'm up here. All right, did I get your attention? You guys are having way too much fun. Our next speaker will provide an overview of special enrollment periods from CISAIO's Marketplace Eligibility and Enrollment Group. I'd like to introduce Carolyn Kramer.
Hi, everyone. I'm okay, thank you. I'm Carolyn, as was mentioned earlier, and today's presentation will feature an overview of special enrollment period eligibility, and we'll also talk about when coverage can start, so coverage effective dates. A couple of notes to set the context for this presentation, and I'll go ahead and move ahead. So this is an overall outline and some notes in terms of how you can fit this presentation into others you have already seen and will see at this conference. This presentation, like I said, covers SEP eligibility. I'm sure a lot of people have questions about SEP, or special enrollment period verification, as well. And that presentation will come next, right after this one. And so this presentation sets important groundwork for understanding SEP verification, because we'll talk here about when consumers might actually qualify for an SEP, and therefore, if they did need to send documents to prove their eligibility, what they would need to prove. So, looking at this outline slide, you can see that we're going to go through a couple of basics first. I should also mention that this slide deck is quite long, so I want to thank you in advance for your time and your patience. But a few of the slides we'll go over more quickly than others, so encourage folks to use this deck as a reference. I know that you'll get it as part of this conference. You can also find it online at marketplace.cms.gov. If you click on technical assistance and then click on the special enrollment period category, you can find this presentation there as well. So some of the slides we'll go through sort of quickly, but you can always look them up and use them as a reference later. I also want to note that throughout this presentation, I'll be incorporating questions that we have already received from assisters during presentations that we have done in the past. And thank you so much for your attention during those presentations as well, because it's been really helpful in terms of better understanding what specifically we want to emphasize and address today. So again, we'll get started with some SEP basics, and so we'll have a short just overview of the categories of qualifying events, and we'll return to those in the second section of this presentation. But then we'll talk about prior coverage requirements as they apply to certain SEPs, and then coverage effective dates, because those are important things to understand when you're talking about SEPs. So this next slide illustrates a polling question. I know folks can respond online using the instructions provided. It looks like there are already a few answers. This is a basic SEP question we'll start out with, so I'll give folks just a moment to enter your answer. It looks like we've got a few. And just to clarify, we haven't gotten into this topic in the presentation yet, but this is just how much time does a consumer have to qualify for an SEP after they're qualifying, or excuse me, after blank. I apologize. I'm a little new to this polling question concept, so I might have given that one away a little bit, but it's the beginning of the presentation, so I'm going to have to ask folks to cut me some slack. So it looks like, maybe partially due to my giveaway, but also I think you seem like a very smart bunch. It looks like folks got this question mostly right, and the answer is qualifying event date. And I see a few people, it looks like, guessed application submission, but it's actually important to remember that that's not the date where consumers are going to start out as far as their SEP window goes. It will be the date of that qualifying event. So for example, if somebody, say, loses coverage and submits their application and picks a plan 30 days after that coverage loss, at that time, they will have 60 days left to actually enroll in coverage. And it's really important that they do so in that time frame. It will not be 60 days starting when they submit that application. So this slide just sets the context for SEPs in general by talking about when consumers can enroll. And as you know, it's during the open enrollment period or doing an SEP. This is a slide that we'll go through pretty quickly because want to get to more details. But you can see it'll be a shorter open enrollment period this year. Folks who attended the market stabilization rule session will have heard more about that there as well. So this slide just presents an overview of qualifying event categories for SEPs, and like I said, we'll return to that more later in this presentation. So this is just a list of different SEP categories, and within them there are different kinds of qualifying events, and so this is a good way to organize your thoughts, but we'll get more in detail to the qualifying events later. So starting out with the prior coverage requirement that applies to certain SEPs, this is a good one to keep in mind. Some SEPs are available to anybody who experiences a certain qualifying event. Other SEPs, the consumer must have had qualifying coverage, sometimes referred to as minimum essential coverage or MEC, for at least one of the 60 days before they experience their SEP qualifying event. Other SEPs are only available to consumers who are already enrolled in marketplace coverage, and those SEPs would just allow someone to potentially change their marketplace plan. So this next slide will illustrate a few examples. So SEPs that are available to anyone, regardless of whether they have coverage, include the change in immigration status SEP. So if somebody experiences a change in status that makes them newly lawfully present and therefore newly eligible for marketplace coverage, that person will qualify for an SEP regardless of whether they had coverage in the past. This next slide covers a few examples of SEPs for which there is some kind of prior coverage requirement. And so you can see that one category of the prior coverage requirement applies to or requires consumers to have had coverage for at least one of the 60 days before their qualifying event. And so we'll get more in detail with regard to this specific requirement later when we cover some of the qualifying events to which it applies. But one example is the SEP related to a move. In order to qualify for an SEP related to a move, consumers must have had qualifying coverage for at least one of the 60 days prior to that move. And we'll get more in depth again a little bit later in this presentation, and we'll also talk about in what cases there may be exemptions. The next and last broad category of prior coverage requirement is the SEP that applies, or excuse me, the prior coverage requirement that applies to certain SEPs that are restricted to consumers who already have marketplace coverage. And so one of the most often asked about qualifying event types is a change in income. Usually, in order to qualify for a special enrollment period related to a change in income, consumers must already be enrolled in marketplace coverage. And again, we'll get more into detail about that later in the presentation. This next brief section talks about coverage effective dates, and this is an important concept to help consumers understand if they may qualify for an SEP because it affects when a consumer's coverage can actually get started. And so it's helpful to think of coverage effective dates as based on two things. First, the consumer's type of SEP, and second, the date that the consumer actually picks their plan will determine their coverage effective date. In terms of kinds of coverage effective dates that the marketplace offers, we have regular prospective coverage effective dates, and these are sometimes referred to as 15th of the month coverage effective dates. We have accelerated prospective coverage effective dates, and then finally some SEPs provide retroactive coverage effective dates. In previous presentations, we've also gotten some questions about when a consumer will receive a certain type of coverage effective date automatically versus when they actually need to call the call center and request it. So I'll touch on that as well as we go through different SEP qualifying events. So these next few slides just offer some examples of SEPs for which certain coverage effective dates apply, and I will move through these slides pretty quickly for the sake of time because we'll get more in depth with regard to this as we get into qualifying events. And I believe this slide or the next one, we've got a knowledge check coming up, so hopefully that'll give us a chance to enter the answer and wake up a little bit. So this question asks, are SEPs available, all SEPs are available to anyone who's eligible for coverage and has experienced the qualifying events, and this is a true or false question. So I'll give folks a moment to think about it. I'm not going to give away the answer this time. Oh, someone's trying to phone a friend. It's not allowed. Gotta think of it yourself. All right. So it looks like most people answered false, and that's correct because as we discussed in the previous slides, some SEPs do require that folks have had coverage in the past in order to qualify. All right. So this next section covers really the meat of the presentation, and we'll get into the details of qualifying events here. So this is that list again of broad categories of qualifying events, and I'd like to reiterate that this is helpful to have a sense of, to organize how you think about SEPs, but it's also important to be aware of the details within these categories when talking to consumers about special enrollment periods. So we'll start out with the first broad category, which is a loss of qualifying coverage. And this is a really important one to understand because it's by far the largest volume of special enrollment periods for which people qualify. Most people, if they're going to qualify for a special enrollment period, will qualify for this one. So this slide just covers a list of coverage that qualifies as minimum essential coverage, and which this is the kind of coverage that a consumer would lose in order to qualify for this special enrollment period. A couple of highlights here is that this does include Medicaid or CHIP coverage, so if a consumer has this coverage and loses it, they could qualify for a special enrollment period. We have also gotten quite a few questions in the past about what happens if a consumer has an offer of COBRA coverage. A couple of points on that in response to very frequently asked questions. So first, if a consumer knows that he or she is going to lose their employer-sponsored coverage, even if they get a COBRA offer, they can still be eligible for an SEP to enroll in marketplace coverage, regardless of whether they have that COBRA offer and regardless of whether they accept that COBRA offer. They can still qualify for a special enrollment period to potentially enroll in marketplace coverage for up to 60 days after they lose that employer-sponsored coverage. It is important to remember, though, that if a consumer does accept that offer of COBRA and has that COBRA coverage, then they will not be eligible for financial assistance because that is considered having other coverage. So that's something important to be aware of. Another situation that we get asked about pretty frequently is what happens if an employer is making payments toward part or all of a consumer's COBRA premium payments, and then those payments stop. And the answer is that in that instance, consumers may also qualify for an SEP at the point when those payments stop. So those are our answers to questions that we've gotten pretty frequently, and would really encourage anybody with questions about COBRA coverage to go to healthcare.gov and just type COBRA into the search bar. This is one of those cases where typing in the search term really will get you to the right place, and we have a good page on healthcare.gov that addresses COBRA coverage and different situations consumers may find themselves in. So this next slide covers a couple of instances when consumers would not qualify for a loss of coverage SEP, and this is also based on frequent sources of confusion, so it's an important set of scenarios to be aware of. A couple of really important ones are that a consumer would not qualify for an SEP if they lose coverage because they did not make their premium payments. Another situation which a consumer wouldn't qualify for an SEP is if they voluntarily terminate their coverage or if the coverage they lost was not qualifying coverage. It didn't meet that minimum essential coverage standard. Moving on to this next slide, we have just a depiction of coverage effective dates for this type of SEP. And this is a running series. We have charts like this throughout the presentation that just break down those coverage effective dates by qualifying event type really clearly for you. I'll move sort of quickly through some of these slides, but encourage folks to use them as a reference because they are, like I said, available online. One important thing to note about the loss of qualifying coverage SEP is that consumers can report it ahead of time. And this is really key because if somebody knows that they will be losing their coverage, they can come to the marketplace up to 60 days ahead of time, report that coverage loss, and pick their plan. And so this is a really good thing to be able to do, particularly for consumers who want their new marketplace coverage to start right after their coverage loss, because that's what will happen. If you report your coverage loss ahead of time, you will get it the first of the following month after you lose coverage. So it's a really good thing to be prepared for. We sometimes get asked whether consumers can have their coverage from the marketplace take effect in the middle of a month if they are going to lose coverage in the middle of a month. And the answer is unfortunately no, that this SEP does provide accelerated prospective coverage effective dates, so consumers will have their marketplace coverage start on the first of the next month, regardless of when during the month they choose a plan, but it will start on the first of the following month. Unfortunately, it cannot start in the middle of a month. So these next few slides cover an example of a loss of employer-sponsored coverage, and there are a few knowledge checks in here, so everybody get your devices ready. This example describes a consumer who knows she's going to leave her job and will be losing her employer-sponsored coverage. And importantly here, she is voluntarily leaving her job, but she can still qualify for an SEP related to a loss of coverage because she's not voluntarily terminating that coverage. The decision is to leave her job, and as a result, she will lose coverage. So you can see the dates related to everything on this slide. She will be leaving her job on April 5th, and her coverage will be ending on April 30th. So we have the first knowledge check here is what would this consumer's qualifying event date be? Now remember, she is leaving her job on April 5th, and her employer-sponsored coverage will end at the end of that month on April 30th. I'll wait a moment for the answers to come in. All right, so it looks like the most popular answer by far is the date that she lost employer-sponsored coverage, and that is correct. It will be the date of her coverage loss. Even if there are other relevant dates around that time, like when she left her job, the date will still be when she actually lost that coverage. So how much time does Emma have to select a plan? And remember, that will be based on her qualifying event date. All right, so it looks like, the answers are fluctuating a bit, but it looks like the most popular answer is going to be 60 days after April 30th. And that is very close. And it looks like the answers are changing a little bit and that more people are guessing the correct answer, which is D. Both B and C are correct. It was a little bit of a trick question, but it's an important one because it reminds you that consumers have 60 days ahead of time to report that coverage loss and pick a plan. All right, so this last knowledge check is when will Emma's marketplace coverage start? I'll give folks a moment. This is kind of a complicated question, thinking about coverage effective dates. All right, it looks like C is the most popular answer, and that is correct. Since this SEP provides accelerated prospective coverage effective dates, her coverage will start on the first of the following month, regardless of when she picks her plan. And these next few slides I'll move through very quickly because they just explain what we talked about through those knowledge checks and provide some additional details about the situation. So these are some slides that I encourage folks to visit our website and return to. We actually walk through. I'll switch a couple of different scenarios for depending on whether she reports coverage in the past or in the future, so it's a good one to go back to. So now, congratulations to everyone. We got through that first qualifying event category, and it's the biggest, so we're getting there. This second qualifying event category is changes in household size, and this is one of those categories where it's really important to understand the different types of events within it. And so you can see that the first, really the main qualification for this event type is gaining or becoming a dependent through some type of event. So it might be a birth, an adoption, a foster care placement, or a child support or other court order. That's really the key, is that gaining or becoming a dependent. We sometimes get asked if people can qualify for a special enrollment period if they lose a dependent, and the answer is currently no, not at this time. Consumers cannot qualify for a special enrollment period due to losing a dependent unless that losing a dependent or dependent status comes with an accompanying coverage loss, in which case it would be a loss of coverage SEP. So this slide touches on the prior coverage requirement for the marriage SEP. And this is another one where folks who were in the presentation on the market stabilization rule will have heard about this before, because it is new and started as of June 19th. And so consumers, in order to qualify for this type of SEP, must have had qualifying coverage for at least one of the 60 days prior to the date of their qualifying event, which in this case is marriage. Now, the exceptions to this requirement are if at least one of the members of the couple lived in a foreign country or in a U.S. territory for at least one of the 60 days prior to the marriage, because in that case they would have been unlikely to have had qualifying coverage if they were living abroad. And then importantly, people who are American Indians or Alaska Natives are also not subject to this requirement if they qualify for an SEP related to a marriage. Finally, we've gotten questions as well about whether both members of the couple need to have had qualifying coverage, and the answer is no. Only one of them actually needs to have had that qualifying coverage. So this is the effective date chart, again, that we had for loss of MEC as well, and it just breaks down those coverage effective dates. This is the coverage effective date for marriage, and marriage provides accelerated coverage effective dates, just like loss of qualifying coverage does. So that means the consumer's coverage will start on the first of the following month after they pick a plan, regardless of whether they pick their plan in the first or second half of the month. This next slide covers coverage effective dates for folks who gain or become a dependent related to a birth, adoption, foster care placement, or child support or other court order. And this is one of those SEP types for which there are alternate coverage effective date options. So it's helpful to remember that consumers will automatically get a date retroactive to when they gained or became a dependent if they just go through the application to report this SEP. But if consumers prefer to have an effective date that's the first of the following month after they gained or became a dependent, or based on regular coverage effective dates, then they can call the Marketplace call center or request that. The only exception is gaining a dependent or becoming independent related to a court order, in which case consumers can opt for regular coverage effective dates, but not that accelerated prospective coverage effective date at this time. So moving on to the next example, the third category, so we're getting on halfway through. This is the SEP related to a change in primary place of living, which usually we just refer to as the MOVE special enrollment period. So this SEP type also has a prior coverage requirement, as you can see, and it looks exactly the same as the prior coverage requirement for the SEP related to marriage. So when helping consumers understand it, that's something you can keep in mind as an assister, that these requirements are parallel. So once you've learned it for one, then you've learned it for both. This next slide provides some examples of when a move might be considered a permanent move or a change in primary place of living. And so you can see that there are quite a few situations, and broadly, it's the change in plan service area is important because it's related to gaining access to new healthcare plans. But there are a couple of different life circumstances that might qualify. So one thing that we get questions about quite a bit for this SEP type is what happens if somebody is a seasonal worker. You know, they live in one place and they work in another, and the answer is if they, they reside in both those places, they can qualify for an SEP potentially next time that they move. It's up to them. They don't have to do that if they prefer to just keep their same plan and not be changing every time they go from one area to the other, but they do have that option. And the same goes, we often get this question about snowbirds, so people who really do divide their time between a summer residence and a winter residence, and if someone is just traveling and doesn't really live in an area, then that wouldn't be a permanent move. But if they actually have those two residences and they really live in both places, and that's another situation where they might qualify for this kind of SEP, again, if they wanted to try to use it. An important reminder is that moving just for medical treatment or for going on vacation or some other living related purpose like a business matter would not qualify for this type of SEP. So this is a coverage effective date chart, again, for the MOVE SEP. And the MOVE SEP provides regular coverage effective dates. And so this is sometimes referred to as the 15th of the month coverage effective date rule. And this occurs when consumers, if they pick their plan during the first half of the month, then they will get their coverage effective the first of the following month. And then if they pick their plan during the second half of the month, so on or after the 16th of a month, they will get their coverage effective the first of the following month after that. So it kind of helps to have an example with this one. If someone, say, moves at the end of May, and then they apply and pick a plan on June 5th, they'll have their coverage effective on July 1st. Whereas if they go in and they don't pick a plan until June 16th or after, then their coverage will not start until August 1st. This next slide includes some questions that might be helpful when talking to consumers about whether they qualify for an SEP related to a move. So this is one of those slides I won't spend too much time on, but encourage folks to return and use it as a reference. So this next slide covers an example, and we'll have a couple of new knowledge checks in this as well. So this example includes a consumer who is actually changing from one state to another. He is moving from Florida to New Jersey in order to be closer to family. And you can see that he is moving on May 12th. And since he's in a new state, he's gained new access to new marketplace plans, and he's also currently enrolled in a marketplace plan in Florida, so he does have that prior coverage. So, based on what we've talked about previously in this presentation, what is Charles' qualifying event date? All right, well, that looks pretty straightforward. Either only one person replied and got it right, or everybody is correct. It's okay either way. And it is the date of his move. So great job on that one. Now, how much time does Charles have to enroll in coverage? All right. Well, that one person is still getting it right, or everybody. I'm sure that everybody's replying. So up to 60 days after his move. Oh. Actually, I apologize. I misread. It looks like the most popular answer was the wrong one because he actually cannot apply before his move. So that question fooled me too, though. So if you didn't get it right, then that's okay. But it is 60 days after his move, because at this time consumers cannot report their move and pick a plan ahead of time. So this next question gets at the coverage effective date. So when will his plan start? Yeah, oh, of course, yeah, it is a little bit small. So the options are, A is the first day of the following month if a plan was selected between the 1st and the 15th day of the month. B is, oh, it disappeared, the first day of the second following month if a plan was selected between the 16th and the last day of the month. And then C is the first of the month after he loses coverage and selects a plan, regardless of when during the month he selects a plan. And then D is both A and B are correct. All right. And it looks like, folks, there's a lot of variation, but it looks like most folks chose D, which is correct. It's both A and B, because this SEP provides regular coverage effective dates. And actually, I see there's one question. Oh, okay, that sounds... Yeah, so it sounds like you experienced an event that doesn't sound like it was quite in line with the typical rules, and so I think we would probably need to talk more in order to understand exactly what happened. But definitely, please provide your information, and if you do, put the question in the fishbowl and get in touch with your project officer or other CMS point of contact. I'm happy to talk more about that. Yeah, absolutely. So these next few slides, or just this slide, just describes how the situation would play out, and we just went through this in the knowledge checks. It also includes a helpful tip, which is that if a consumer is moving from one state to another and had marketplace coverage in their former state, then they will need to cancel that coverage in their former state and then enroll in a new plan. It's important to remember that. So this next knowledge check gets at a question we get asked quite a bit, and I touched on it a little bit in the presentation. And the question is, does a consumer qualify for the MOVE SEP if he or she moves within the same state, zip code, and county? I'll give folks a moment. Answer yes or no. And it looks like the most popular answer was no, and that's correct. If somebody moves within that same plan service area, then they wouldn't qualify for a MOVE SEP because they didn't gain access to new marketplace plans. And we do get this question sometimes. For example, if someone just moves in the same apartment building from one unit to another, that's, folks laugh, but it really is, there's a lot of challenging details, and so it's important to remember that you actually do have to change service areas. And a key thing to remember, as with all of these SEP types, if you help the consumer fill out the application correctly, in particular for this SEP, then they will get the right results. So that's a good tip to remember as well. So moving on to the next category of SEP qualifying event. So we're halfway through at this point. I always like to tell folks when we get to this point, because we're at the halfway point, is the change in eligibility for marketplace coverage or help paying for coverage. And this is a really broad category, and there's a lot of specific qualifying events within it. So I'm going to go through a couple of them in particular, about which we tend to get a lot of questions. So This slide covers one of the situations that we actually get asked about the most, and which I touched on previously when we talked about the prior coverage requirement. So if a consumer experiences a change in income that makes them newly eligible for financial help, so newly eligible for APTC, or newly ineligible for financial help or APTC, or eligible for a different level of cost sharing reductions or CSRs, or newly eligible for CSRs, then they can qualify for an SEP only if they're already enrolled in a marketplace plan. With one exception, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but we get a lot of questions about that, about whether if somebody chooses not to enroll during open enrollment and then has a change in income that they makes them want to purchase health insurance, they need to already have been enrolled in marketplace coverage in order to qualify for this kind of SEP, in most cases of an income change. So this next category on this slide reflects when somebody's eligibility status would change. So if somebody is released from incarceration, they become newly eligible for a marketplace plan for a QHP, and so they would qualify for an SEP in that case. This next slide covers an SEP type that I also mentioned before, which is changing to a lawfully present citizenship status. And we get a lot of questions about this SEP type as well, because folks wonder if changing from one lawfully present status to another can qualify someone for an SEP, and the answer is no, that someone would only qualify for this kind of SEP if they are becoming newly eligible for marketplace coverage because of their change in status. So that's an important thing to help folks understand. The next SEP is probably pretty straightforward for a lot of you who work with this group of consumers. Consumers who gain or maintain American Indian or Alaska Native status can qualify for an SEP, and they qualify to enroll once a month. They can qualify for an SEP. This next slide covers that one exception to an income change that might qualify somebody for a special enrollment period, and that is coming out of the coverage gap, sometimes referred to as the Medicaid gap. So folks who work in Medicaid non-expansion states are probably very familiar with this type of SEP, and it happens if somebody is previously not eligible for Medicaid coverage because their state did not expand Medicaid, and they were also at the same time not eligible for financial assistance to purchase a marketplace plan because their income was below 100% of the federal poverty level. In this case, the qualifying event is their change in income, and consumers would qualify for this kind of SEP even if they weren't previously enrolled in coverage. This is another specific qualifying event type about which we get a lot of questions. And so one thing that we get asked about a lot is whether someone actually needs to have that Medicaid denial in order to qualify for this SEP, and the answer is no. The consumer does not need to have a denial from Medicaid, and consumers do not need to submit any documents related to this type of SEP. In order to access this type of SEP, they need to call the marketplace call center and describe their situation. Importantly, they also need to be determined eligible for premium tax credits because that's part of the qualifying event. So one thing that assisters can do, that you can do when you're working with folks, is help them fill out a marketplace application. They can also do this when they call the call center, but if they prefer to do it online and create that marketplace account with you, then getting that APTC new eligibility determination is part of the process as well. So these next few slides include an example of a couple who experiences an SEP related to a change in income. So this example features Juana and Alex, and they are a couple in the same tax household. They're married, and they currently have a marketplace plan. And one of them, Alex, in this example, knows that she is going to leave her job in order to spend more time caring for the couple's daughter, just having a basic life change. And so she heard from the assister she was working with that she needed to update her marketplace application whenever she was going to have a life change. So she goes in and does that, or works with an assister to do so. And she knows that she'll have a resulting decrease in income. So she fills that in. And when she fills in that new income, they become newly eligible for cost sharing reductions. So I think I gave away this answer a little bit too, but I'll still give folks a moment to answer. Whether do Juana and Alex qualify for an SEP related to their change in eligibility for CSRs? It looks like the overwhelmingly popular answer is yes, and that's true. This couple is already enrolled in a marketplace plan, and they experienced a change in income that made them newly eligible for CSRs. So because of that, they qualify for a special enrollment period. And for example, if they didn't have a silver level plan before, then they might want to use that option now in order to benefit from the CSRs. So these next questions get into when their coverage will start, their coverage effective date. And this is a true or false question. So Juana and Alex have until June 20th to select a new plan, 30 days after their change in household income on May 22nd. Is that true or false? All right, it looks like a number of folks selected true, although it's changing. Oh, this one is very controversial. Let's see. All right, well, it looks like the numbers are almost in, and it's pretty much 50-50, so it's a nail biter. But the answer is actually false, because that change in income is their qualifying event date. And so hopefully folks remember how many days after their qualifying event date? 60, yes, exactly. So they actually have 60 days after that change in household income to pick a plan. All right. So this next slide is just the coverage effective dates for these SEP types. And these SEP types have regular coverage effective dates. And so that's that 15th of the month rule, where coverage starts based on when during a month consumers pick a plan. And so this is a helpful thing to help consumers understand if they want to plan ahead and make sure to apply earlier in the month so that their coverage starts the first of that following month rather than during the second half of the month. All right, so moving on to the fifth and second to last qualifying event category, we're going to talk a little bit now about an enrollment or plan error. And broadly, this kind of qualifying event involves some kind of error on the part of the marketplace, possibly a health insurance plan. And another thing to note is that this kind of SEP is very rare. Not many people actually experience this qualifying event, and so it's one of the less common types of SEPs. And so looking at the sort of subcategories of what someone might experience to qualify for an SEP like this, you have if someone experiences misinformation or misrepresentation or misconduct, or inaction of someone working in an official capacity to have them enroll, then they might qualify for a special enrollment period to enroll in marketplace coverage or to change their plan. And what this would look like when we talk about someone working in an official capacity, you can generally think of that in terms of, is the person a CMS employee or is the person formally certified to work with CMS in some way? So that would include assisters because, you guys are certified to work with a marketplace. And then it would also include like agents and brokers, call center representatives, people in that kind of official role. If there's some kind of misinformation there that results in the consumer not enrolling in their desired plan, that could be an SEP triggering event. These other two categories of technical error or wrong plan data being displayed at the time of plan selection also tend to be very specific. Usually consumers who experience this kind of event will get some kind of outreach from the marketplace. So they'll get a notice in the mail letting them know that this kind of error was present when they chose their plan, or possibly an email or a phone call, something to that effect. And so when talking with consumers about a situation like this, you can point them to that outreach and ask them about it and move from there. So this next slide covers coverage effective dates for this type of SEP, and this is another SEP type like gaining or becoming independent where consumers have a couple of options. So consumers will access this kind of SEP by calling the marketplace call center. So there's not an automatic coverage effective date at play. Consumers will request their preferred coverage effective date. And in most cases, they can elect, well, in all cases, they can elect coverage retroactive back to the date that they would have had coverage absent the error, or they can elect regular prospective coverage effective dates if they prefer. The sixth and final category of SEP type is other qualifying changes. And so this is a pretty broad category, and so I'll walk through the details of a few of these as well. So the first item on this list of qualifying event types under this category is what's sometimes referred to as the Medicaid or CHIP coverage denial SEP. And this is one that we get questions about pretty frequently because folks want to understand exactly when it applies. And so specifically, this is if a consumer applies for marketplace coverage through the marketplace during open enrollment or after another SEP qualifying event, and then is referred to Medicaid, is assessed eligible for Medicaid, but then they are denied Medicaid after open enrollment or after their 60-day window has passed after their qualifying event, then they can qualify for an SEP to come back and get marketplace coverage. And this is another one where they have the option for coverage effective back to the date they would have had their marketplace coverage absent the error. So that's an important thing to help people understand. And in order to get that retroactive coverage effective date, consumers will need to call the call center and request it. It's helpful to know that this question is actually also on the application. So if you're helping somebody fill out an application and they have experienced this situation, they can attest to this question correctly. And the coverage effective date that they'll automatically get when they fill out that question is accelerated prospective. And so that's the one where they can pick a plan anytime during the month and their coverage will start the first of the next month. Now, if a consumer goes in and fills out the application and gets that accelerated prospective coverage effective date, they could still call the marketplace call center and request that retroactive coverage effective date. So that's an important thing to understand as well. Now, this also applies if a consumer applies for Medicaid or CHIP coverage directly with their state during open enrollment, and then outside of open enrollment is denied Medicaid or CHIP coverage. But it wouldn't apply to consumers if they apply for Medicaid directly through their state after another SEP qualifying event and are later denied eligible for Medicaid. If they potentially experience an SEP qualifying event, consumers do need to come in and apply through the marketplace. Another SEP on this list about which we do get questions sometimes is the special enrollment period for folks who are survivors of domestic abuse or who have experienced spousal abandonment. An important thing to note about this SEP is that it does apply to folks who need to get coverage apart from their abuser or abandoner. So this would be for folks who already have coverage and need to get it outside of that relationship. These next few SEPs are also not not common, but important to understand the details for consumers to whom they apply. So this first one is for consumers who submitted documents and cleared a data matching issue after their coverage has already ended. So if folks have worked with somebody who experienced a data matching issue where they had to submit documents to confirm their citizenship or immigration status, as some of you may have experienced, if they don't do that in time, their coverage may end. And if that happens and they do submit documents, they can call the Marketplace call center to explain their situation. And that is an SEP qualifying event. A couple of other situations that are less common here, I'll generally leave for folks to reference, but flagging the exceptional circumstance SEP, that is one for which consumers may qualify only if the exceptional circumstance they experienced actually prevented them from enrolling during an open enrollment period. So that's an important thing to note. So unfortunately, I apologize, this chart of coverage effective dates for this qualifying event type is not very informative because coverage effective dates just vary based on the circumstance. But with regard to a few of these SEP types, applying for Medicaid or CHIP during an open enrollment period and being denied later, that will provide folks with the option to have retroactive coverage effective dates like we talked about, or those accelerated prospective coverage effective dates. So that's one specific one to note about those. So wrapping up this presentation, I want to congratulate everyone again. I know this is a lot of information to get through all 6 SEP types, so thank you for hanging in there with me. And thank you also for your attention during presentations on this topic that we have done in the past. I know it's a lot to take in, and we really, really value your input and your questions because we know those come from experiences that you've had with consumers, and we really appreciate the opportunity to answer them and better understand how to help you. So this last knowledge check asks, which of the following events trigger an SEP? And I'll read them because the text is a little small. And one is, A is voluntarily dropping COBRA in the middle of the year outside of open enrollment. B is being terminated from other coverage because you did not pay premiums. C is just divorce or death of a family member without resulting loss of coverage. D is moving solely for medical treatment or vacation. E is changing from one legally present status to another, and F is none of the above. And sorry to end on a trick question, but the answer is actually none of the above. And these are, we put these questions at the end because they're a little harder and we get questions about them pretty frequently, So I think it looks like we have a little bit of time to take questions from the audience, which is great. I can't promise that we will be able to answer everything, but I can promise that we will try and get back to you if we don't have an answer now. So I think I'm joined by my colleague, Rachel Arguello, who is another SEP expert at CMS.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Bryan from the Maine Mobile Health Program in Maine. And so did you say that if people resolve data matching issues after they lost coverage, that they can get a special enrollment period? So like if they submitted documents, does that include if they submitted their verifying documents past the deadline to submit those?
Sure. And hi, everyone. So the special enrollment period for resolved data matching issues post-expiration, right now that's talking about resolved data matching issues for citizenship and immigration status, because that's currently the only DMI for which we terminate coverage. And this special enrollment period will be available to consumers who submit their documents, and their documents are processed within applicable window. So there is the 90-day window that all consumers receive. Some consumers receive what's known as a good faith extension. And so if they meet, they submit their documents within that window, then they will have access to this special enrollment period.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Then I guess, so another thing, I guess just a comment is that I've recently had several different marketplace representatives give incorrect information about people's eligibility, particularly becoming newly eligible for help paying for coverage because they moved out of the coverage gap. And I guess I just wanted, I don't have no idea what the training is like for marketplace representatives. I know that there's a ton to know, but three different market call center representatives, including a tier 2 specialist, incorrectly told me that the consumer would not qualify for an SEP when I understood and what I heard here that they would. So I don't know if you have any suggestions around when that happens.
So that's great feedback to hear. This is, and Carolyn can chime in, this is a special enrollment period that is unfortunately very complicated. So should that happen, we would encourage you to report that case to whoever your contact is in CSG, so they can escalate it and we can take a look. Make sure to include the consumer's full name and application ID so that we can do some quality control and retraining. And unfortunately, this is just a complicated special enrollment period that we unfortunately don't have an automated process right now to verify. So what we actually do is our call center training staff goes back and listens to the recording and figures out how to address the issue moving forward and retrain if needed.
Yeah, and just to echo that real quick, if you can also provide the time of the call, I know that sometimes that is helpful with your CMS point of contact.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kyle Lowe with Covering Kids and Families of Indiana. And you might have answered this, but I just wanted to make sure. I deal a lot with people who recently gained their legal permanent resident status with their 60-day SEP. Almost always their identities do not verify, and we have to submit, and usually they're waiting until the last minute. So if they submit their documents before that 60-day period, but their identity gets verified after the deadline for that SEP, are they still able to enroll in coverage after, once the identity is verified?
Yeah, so that is a tricky one. So
you're telling me.
And we might actually want to take this one back because especially if it is out of the consumer's control, they're waiting for their identity to be verified, and the 60-day window is rapidly winding down. That in those situations, the consumer is definitely the appeals route is a great path for those consumers. But let's take that back and see if there is another option available. Okay. But since those consumers did qualify, they were ultimately verified. Our appeals department should, can then retroactively fix things.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, if you can be in touch with your CMS point of contact, we can get you more detailed information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aloha, my name is Ronette. I'm here from Legal Aid Society of Hawaii. And I just had a question in regards to Hawaii. We take care of a population spread out among 8 different islands in Hawaii. Each one of the islands have a different county, and each town has their own zip code. If they're moving from island to island, would they qualify for the special enrollment in regards to a move?
You want to take one?
Yes, so like you said, because they're changing zip code, if they fill out the application correctly, if they have a current marketplace application, enter their new information, attest to the move, and enter their zip code correctly, then they should, yes.
And this is even if they did not have a qualifying health plan?
That prior coverage requirement would still apply, unless they have American Indian or Alaska Native status.
Hi, Sonia Smith from Enroll, Alabama. Just to clarify with the change in income, so if someone is coming out of the Medicaid gap and then they start to earn more so that they're eligible for a tax credit, would they have needed to have an application on file, or can they just come from not having had anything and still qualify for the SEP?
So there is no requirement that they have an application on file, a prior application. There's no requirement that they have, just as Carolyn mentioned during the presentation, that they have a official Medicaid denial. We do, encourage consumers to have specifics available if they are asked what their prior income was and what it is now. And there is an income estimator tool on our website that they can use. But no, there is no official document requirement.
What documents would you accept to verify that they didn't have income previously?
So for this one, there are no documents that they need to submit to verify. Our call center representatives who are assisting that consumer will be looking to make sure that the consumer is now eligible for APTC, which is a requirement of this special enrollment period, and that must align with the consumer story, of a change in household income that must have occurred within the past 60 days.
Last question.
And just to flag really quick, again, no documents are needed to prove this Medicaid gap SEP. So that's important to remember. There is no document submission requirement for the Medicaid gap SEP.
Hi, my name's Kate, and I'm from Consumers for Affordable Healthcare in Maine. And I just had a quick question, kind of building off of what you were asking about with moving. And so if somebody moves to a new zip code, if they did have the qualifying coverage beforehand, but the area where they're moving has the same exact plans that were offered in their previous zip code, does that still qualify as an SEP if they didn't gain access to new coverage options?
Right, so you were asking a great question. The parameters of the special enrollment period are that someone has gained access to new QHPs. The way that our application verifies that, we use a proxy of a change in of zip code or county, because service areas on the marketplace are based on zip code or county, and so this consumer should not qualify if he or she has not gained access to any new QHPs. However, what you're pointing out is a limitation in our system. So if that consumer was to come in and report a change in zip code, he or she, assuming he or she also meets the prior coverage requirements, would be able to qualify.
Thank you again so much, and please continue to submit your questions and be in contact with your point of contact at CMS, because it's just so helpful for us. So thank you again, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, our next session will begin at 3:30. So if you would like to participate in special enrollment periods verification, you will stay here in the Grand Auditorium. To join Building Robust Organizations, best practices for hiring, retention, and managing. Sub-grantees, proceed to room C111 to join Helping Consumers with Employment-Related Coverage Issues, Please proceed to C112. These sessions, again, will begin at 3:30, and if any of those rooms fill up, you're always welcome to come back here to the Grand Auditorium. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Our next speaker will provide information on special enrollment periods verification. From CSIO's Marketplace Eligibility Enrollment Group, I am happy to introduce Amanda Brander.
Thanks everybody for being here today and for having me to talk about our special enrollment period verification. And this is the pre-enrollment verification process that we've just started this past week. So today we're going to talk about the SEP verification overview, some definitions and basic requirements. Just want to have a refresher. I know Carolyn just discussed with you all some of the SEP qualifications and effective dates, things like that. But we do have that in the beginning of this as a refresh in case you were in another room. And then we can also go into what the consumers need to do during the SEP verification process and talk a little bit more specifically about the specific types of SEPs that we're currently doing pre-enrollment verification for, and that includes the loss of coverage and the move SEP. And then we want to talk a little bit more about complex scenarios that may come up. So first, let's look at the special enrollment period overview. As you all might have just heard from Carolyn, this is a way for people who lose health insurance or experience other qualifying events during the year to enroll in coverage outside of the annual open enrollment period. So in most cases, consumers who qualify for a SEP will have 60 days to enroll in their coverage. There's about 6 different categories that a consumer could fall into for qualifying for special enrollment periods, and you can certainly reference Carolyn's earlier presentation and some resources online on the technical assistance to go over those further. The SEP verification implementation began last Friday, June 23rd, and so that applies now to new applicants, so those who are not already enrolled in the marketplace coverage and who attest to certain types of qualifying events. So as I mentioned, the first 2 that we are doing pre-qualification for, or pre-verification, excuse me, are the loss of coverage and move SEPs. And then we will actually have a second phase that starts in August, but today we're going to focus on this first phase. The second phase that will begin in August will cover marriage SEPs, adoption, and Medicaid chip denial. So what is a SEP verification issue, or SVI? You all might be familiar with the term that we use for data matching issue, or DMI. It's that same sort of concept for SEP verification, but it's SVI. So an SVI is created when new applicants qualify for an SEP that's subject to their pre-enrollment verification. And before they can begin enrolling and using their coverage, they have to submit documentation to the marketplace in order to verify that they qualify for their SEP. So the SVI type will be tied directly to their SEP type. So if they have a move SEP, then they're going to have a move SVI. If consumers attest to more than one type of SEP qualifying event, only one of those will actually generate the SVI. So in some scenarios, a consumer might update their application and it could cause a second SVI to open, but we can talk about those more complex scenarios later in this presentation. So whenever an SVI is generated for a consumer, they're going to receive notice from the marketplace that they need to submit documents to confirm their qualifying event. Now, a consumer is going to have 30 days from the time that they pick their plan to resolve this SEP verification issue. Consumers' plans, when they select them, will be on hold or pending during that time until they have resolved their SVI. Once the SVI is resolved, then the consumer will be enrolled in coverage, but the effective date is based on their SEP type. So in some cases, that could be retroactive, but the consumer can begin using their coverage once they've paid their premium. So as we said before, an SVI will be generated for only new applicants to the marketplace. Those who have an existing enrollment, if they qualify for a special enrollment period, will not be subject to the SEP verification pre-enrollment. They would still be able to enroll through their SEP without going through this 30-day process. Only one of the SVIs that's generated needs to be documented or proven by the consumers. So if there's 3 people on an application for a move SEP, just one of those people need to send in documentation, and it will clear the SVI or resolve the issue, proving their eligibility for the SEP for all the consumers on that application to be enrolled. So let's take a minute to look at the difference between an SVI and a DMI. Again, the DMI is the data matching issue, which is our current process that consumers go through whenever they're proving their citizenship or immigration, or maybe sending in annual income documentation. And now we have the SVI, the SEP verification issue, whenever they need to prove their SEP eligibility. So a consumer is going to get their deadline to submit documents for an SVI for 30 days after they've picked their plan. They'll be notified in a new notice that we call the pended plan selection notice, and we can go over the notices a little bit more in this presentation. Versus in the DMI, they'll have 90 to 95 days to resolve their issue, depending on if it's annual income or citizenship immigration DMIs. And that deadline appears in their eligibility notice. So as soon as they've applied, their DMI clock starts, but for an SVI, that clock doesn't start until they've picked their plan. Now, if a consumer does not resolve their SVI, the impact's a little different than the DMI. They won't be enrolled or be able to use that coverage until their SVI is resolved. Versus a DMI, they can use their coverage during the 90 to 95 days that they're trying to resolve their DMI. So again, the example of the SVI here could be the loss of coverage SVI versus your income DMI. Let's do a quick knowledge check. All right, everyone get ready. How many days does a consumer have to resolve their SVI? Whoa, that was quick. All right, 30 days, 100%. That's right. So 30 days from selecting a plan. And remember, that's different than the DMI, where it's from their actual app submission. For the SVIs, it's from plan selection. Good job, guys. Now let's take a little bit more of a closer look at the actual processing for SEP verification. In this roadmap here, you see the process that we will follow whenever a consumer submits their application with a SEP attestation. Then the exchange will create an SVI, and the consumer can pick a plan, and from that, they'll have 30 days to upload documentation and resolve their SVI. Once a consumer mails or uploads their documents, then the marketplace will review those. And if a consumer's information can't be verified for their SEP, they would have an insufficient document, so we'll request additional information from them at that time. And then once we receive those documents, we would be able to review and hopefully resolve their SVI. At that point, the marketplace will send the consumer their enrollment, to the issuer, and we'll send the consumer a notice letting them know your SVI has been resolved, you can pay your premium and begin coverage. And then the consumer will make their payment and their coverage can begin. Now, one question that we've had from a few webinars that we've done on SVI so far is what happens if in that second step the consumer doesn't pick their plan but already submitted documents. So that's a great question because it kind of changes this roadmap a little bit. The consumer can still submit documents and resolve their SVI, and then they have their 60-day SEP window within which they must select a plan. So if a consumer comes in and they generate an SVI and they submit documents and they get a resolution notice at that point, the notice will tell them you still need to pick a plan, and then you can pay your premium and begin coverage. So there's just a little flip-flop there in how that process would be handled. So let's look at a couple of important deadlines here. The differences between the SEP window, the SVI clock, and the DMI clock. I'll just point out a few things here as you guys can use these as references at a later time. But the SEP window that I was just speaking about is the 60-day time frame in which the consumer has to select a plan whenever they qualify for an SEP, versus the SVI 30-day clock and the DMI clock that's 90 to 95 days. In a SEP window, if the consumer doesn't select their plan, then they can't enroll until the next open enrollment period, or if they have another life qualifying event that qualifies them for another SEP. In their SVI clock, if it runs out and they have a pended plan already selected, then that pended plan is canceled and the SVI is not resolved, it would be expired. The DMI clock kind of works the same way, but a consumer could have their financial assistance adjusted or their coverage could be terminated depending on their DMI if it's not resolved. So there's 4 pretty basic outcomes of the SVI. And the first one could be that a consumer has resolved their SVI and they're actually enrolled. So that means the consumer has selected a plan and within their SEP window, they've submitted documents to confirm their SEP within that 30 days. If they resolve their SVI but they're not enrolled, then that means the consumer has submitted their documents to confirm their SEP, but they didn't select a plan within their 60-day SEP window. If they have an expired SVI and they're not enrolled, then that means they selected a plan, but they never submitted the appropriate documentation to resolve their SVI and confirm within the 30 days, so their pended plan has been canceled. And the fourth and final one is a closed SVI and the consumer is not enrolled. And this means the consumer didn't pick a plan within their SEP window, nor did we receive documents from them. So their enrollment through that SEP is no longer eligible, or possible. Let's take a closer look now at some of those new notices I was discussing and the different types of consumer outreach and the process for the outreach. All consumers, as you can see there on the top left, who qualify for the SEP will have to go through verification if they fall into one of these 5 categories, 2 for now and the other 3 in August. An application would be submitted and their SVI would be created. In the peach looking box at the top there, all consumers will receive an eligibility notice. And from there, it kind of goes in 2 different paths. If a consumer does not pick a plan, then we're going to send them a reminder notice. This is a new notice for the SEP verification process. And this reminder notice will tell them, remember, you need to pick a plan within your SEP window. We really want to try to reach the consumer and remind them that that's really important that they do that within 60 days, or else they're going to lose their possibility to enroll. So if that consumer does not come to the marketplace to pick their plan within the SEP window, then it will close and no further notifications will be sent. If, however, they get their eligibility determination notice, they see they qualify for a SEP, we need more information, so they go ahead and they pick a plan. we're going to send them the pending plan selection notice. And this is also a new notice for this SEP verification process. The pending plan selection is going to be the first time the consumer will see their deadline or the 30-day window for submitting documentation. It'll say who needs to submit documents, the acceptable documents list. So much like the data matching issue notices that go out, there's going to be explicit lists that tell the consumer what they should be submitting. And then from there, the consumer's 30-day clock has started. If we don't have documentation from the consumer, we're going to reach out with a warning notice, and that's similar to our process right now for DMIs. And then they'll also receive a 15-day warning call. And if we still haven't received documentation to resolve their SVI, they'll be expired. So we'll close their SVI and send them a notification, and at that time, their pending plan would be canceled. Now, on the bottom flow there, you see that all consumers who submit documents are either going to have them reviewed and they're going to be found to have sufficient or insufficient documents. So hopefully they're going to be on the yes track, and we're going to find their documents are sufficient and be able to resolve their SVI. If that happens, we will send them a resolution notice, and their enrollment will be sent to the issuer. If they do not provide the sufficient documentation, then we're actually going to send them the insufficient document notice, and they'll receive a phone call. Now, in that notice, the consumer will be told, your document wasn't able to be processed, we need more information. We'll tell them the reason that their document couldn't be processed so that they understand. Maybe it didn't have an end date in an employer letter or something like that. And then we'll provide the list of acceptable documents again. From there, if a consumer is still within that 30-day window, they will continue to get the warning notice, the 15-day call. So if they receive an insufficient document notice at day 25, then they still have that 20-day, 15-day, 0-day countdown, and they'll continue to receive communication from the marketplace. If they send in more documents, then they'll circle back to that consumer submits document track, and then hopefully they'll have sufficient documents and will be able to resolve their SVI. Again, this is a little bit more detail, and you all can use this as a reference, but I just want to point out a few things on this slide. That the eligibility determination notice is going to contain dates and document requirements, and this is going to show both their SEP eligibility and DMI. So it isn't that they're going to receive multiple eligibility notices, it'll just be one. And then in their pending plan selection and insufficient document notices, while those will focus on their SVI and the documents they need and the timing, we do remind them that if they have a DMI, then they should be sending in additional documentation for that. And for the final SEP-V notices that they'll receive, you're probably familiar with a resolution and expiration, whether they've been resolved or they've expired their SVI clock for not sending documents. But in two of the other situations, they're a little bit different. We have an existing enrollment notice. So sometimes a consumer might generate an SVI, they came to the marketplace, but their previous policy that was terminated has actually been reinstated. So whenever we can look in our data and our system, we can tell that this consumer is actually being covered, and we send them a notification that their coverage will continue and we don't need further documentation from them. And the fourth one here is also a little trickier, a special circumstance for SEP verification, and this is confirmation and enrollment notice. So if a consumer's SVI clock ends, let's say, they might have a second type of SEP that they qualified for, but that did not require verification. So the marketplace could actually continue their enrollment through that SEP. They would receive this notice saying, okay, you can enroll through this SEP. We no longer need documents for verification. On this chart here, you can see the impact of SVI outcomes, and I'll just point out the lower section here, the special circumstances, are pertaining to the two notices that we just mentioned at the end there. So a consumer, if they've had existing coverage, as I stated, then their pending plan selection is going to be canceled. And the consumer will receive notice that their coverage is going to continue based on their prior plan. And then for those that are auto-verified or the existing SEP that we didn't need verification for, those folks would be able to continue, and we would tell them it's time to pay their premium, and then their pending plan would be released as well. So let's get ready for a second question here. If a consumer selects a plan but does not submit sufficient documentation to confirm their SVI within 30 days, they will be enrolled in their pending plan but without APTC. Oh, good job again, that is false. If a consumer does not submit sufficient documentation within their 30 days, their SVI is going to expire and they won't be able to enroll in that SEP unless they could have maybe a different date or they needed to change something in their application. They would need to come back to the marketplace, go back through their application and attestation and submit documentation, and that process would start over again for them. So let's take a closer look at the loss of coverage SVI. A consumer is going to qualify for a loss of coverage SEP if they or any QHP eligible member in their household qualifies for losing coverage for, maybe it's a job-based Medicaid or CHIP, or maybe it's a dependent who has no longer has coverage through their parent's plan. Any of those could be examples of why they would lose coverage. In order for a consumer to verify that they've lost coverage, they must be able to prove that they lost coverage either 60 days before or 60 days after they apply for new marketplace coverage. So this one's a little bit different than the move step that we're going to talk about next, because the consumer could do this prior to losing their coverage since they already know it's going to happen. And it's important to encourage consumers in these cases to get their documentation together beforehand if they can. If they're able to apply and they know ahead of time, then they would be able to submit those documents. To confirm their eligibility, they're going to need to provide documents saying who will or lost coverage, depending on the timing, the date that it ended or will end, and then the type of coverage that they lost. So was it employer sponsored or was it a dependent on parents plan, things like that from the previous slide. Carolyn talked about this a little bit already in the prior session, but the coverage effective dates for loss of coverage SEP are not changing because of SEP verification. That's one important thing to point out, but that consumers who apply must do so and choose a plan 60 days before or after they lose coverage, and their coverage will take effect the first of the month after they lose coverage and choose a plan. So you can see here that whether it's a past or future, they can choose any day of the month, and then their plan will be accelerated to the first day of the month after the plan selection. And if they have a future loss, then it would be after that coverage ends. So let's take a look at a scenario here of a consumer who has a pending plan selection and a loss of coverage SVI. Jane is going to submit her application and qualifies for a SEP due to loss of qualifying coverage. And in her eligibility notice, we're going to request documents from her. She picks her plan, so her 30-day clock begins, and then she receives a 20-day warning notice since we haven't received documentation yet. Jane then submits a letter from her employer, and it says she's going to lose coverage, but that letter didn't include the date. So Jane's going to get an insufficient document notice, and we're going to call also explaining that the letter she submitted didn't include a date, and she needs to submit more documentation. Jane's gonna then get a 15-day warning call, and she doesn't respond, so her SVI issue remains open, and the clock eventually runs out. In this case, the SVI clock will be expired, and Jane will get an expiration notice. Jane's pending plan selection is canceled, and if she has documents showing something different, then again, she should go in and reapply and reattest to the loss of coverage date and start that process again. I think we might have a question in the back of the room.
Thank you. Let's say Jane's SVI expired, but she's still within the 60-day period. Couldn't she just reapply with the original loss of coverage date?
So in order to come in and reapply, it has to be that something about their special enrollment period information on the application has changed. So that's a great question, because we've received multiple people asking, well, could they change their application and it would re-trigger? It's got to be that something about their qualifying event has changed. So if maybe, let's say, the loss of coverage date for some reason has changed, then maybe they would update that loss of coverage date, and their documentation, of course, would need to show that date, and they would be able to reattest, and their SVI clock would start again, and documents could be resubmitted.
Just to clarify, is that a change? Because during the presentation, the online webinar, I'm almost positive you all said the opposite thing about their ability to submit a new application within that 60-day SEP period. So I want to be 100%, because this is so important, I want to make 100% sure we're understanding you correctly.
So what I think I hear you asking is whether or not their 60-day window is still open, but they've had an SVI clock that expires, right? They would have to have some sort of change within their qualifying event information. So like I said, if it was a loss of coverage date change for some reason, and that's what updated in their application, then it would trigger them to have a new SCP, or SVI, excuse me, and so they would need to submit documentation showing that loss of coverage date. If it's outside of their 60-day window, though, they would not be able to do that.
And just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
We're training our navigators at this time that an appeal would be appropriate in a case like this, where the consumer does in fact want coverage based on that SEP eligibility. Do you all want to say anything on the record about that, or is that an okay course of conduct?
So I think it's something we can certainly follow up on. I think that in the notices, the consumer will see their option for appeals, and they can certainly find more information about that in their notice. But I'm not quite clear if you're saying you're telling them to appeal that their SVI expired. It would be eligibility for SVI. Because they didn't resolve their SVI and pick a plan within their window?
Essentially, the checkbox I would think under the appeal would be denial of an SEP.
So, and then if they were to do that, they would be able to go through our appeals process, but of course would have to be able to prove that denial. And so I'm not 100% sure, but we can certainly get back to you if that would be appropriate.
Also on the same slide.
Sure.
A scenario. Let's assume someone is fired from their job, and they have lost their coverage, and they had MEC, but the employer is uninterested in putting anything in writing, including a letter saying the person has loss of coverage. How would we as navigators advise that employee or ex-employee so they can close the SVI within 30 days?
Sure. So if a consumer finds in that situation that they cannot get the employer to provide a letter for them stating that they're going to lose coverage and with the employer's name and date, the employer can submit a written explanation or a letter to the marketplace explaining their circumstance to us, why they can't get a letter from their employer refused, or whatever that circumstance is. And it would need to include the name of those who lost coverage and the end date, and then we can take that letter into consideration.
Hi, I'm Kate from Consumers for Affordable Healthcare, and I just had a couple, just a follow-up.
Okay.
So one would be at the resolution if your SVI expires. So just to clarify, is that considered an eligibility determination that you can appeal? Is that what would set the 90-day window?
Your SVI expiration?
Right.
I'll have to get back to you and check and see if it's the SVI expiration. It's most likely that SEP window is their appeal date, because they have 60 days within to pick their plan. But let me follow up for you guys on the appeals questions.
Okay.
Okay, let's take one more, and then we'll go through a couple more scenarios.
Okay, and then another follow-up to the other question that was just asked about the documentation from employers.
Sure.
So just in generally when people are getting, whether it's from their employer or an insurance company, about loss of coverage, most of the time they don't say you lost it on June 30th. They'll say you lost it, July 1st. And is that going to throw everything off base?
Because you're saying they actually lost their coverage before the...
So I'm saying most letters will say the date, like the first date the consumer would be without coverage, not the last day the coverage was active. And with the marketplace, if to get the start date as the first day of the next month, you have to have it be the last date of the month that you actually had the coverage.
So remember that for loss of coverage, they can apply 60 days before losing coverage, or 60 days after, and their SEP qualifying event will be that based on their coverage end date. So
Coverage end dates I've seen in letters saying, your coverage is ending, they'll say your coverage ends July 1st, because that is the first day they go without coverage. But to get a July 1st start date, really, when you're applying, you say, my coverage ends at the end of June, because that's the last time it's active. So with a letter that says it starts, the end date's one day later, is that going to mess up their eligibility to get coverage the first day of the next month?
No, they would be able to continue. I'm looking at my eligibility colleagues. They would continue, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right. So let's look at another scenario here where there's a loss of coverage, but the consumer doesn't select a plan. In this case, Mary has submitted her application and qualifies for a SEP due to loss of coverage, and again receives her eligibility notice requesting the documents. This time, Mary submits a letter right away from her employer saying that she'll lose coverage, and it includes the coverage end date this time. So Mary hasn't picked a plan. She still has 10 days within her SEP window to choose that plan. So we're going to send her the reminder notice. And again, this is a new notice for the SEP verification process, and we're just trying to get her to pick a plan so that her SEP window doesn't run out. Unfortunately, in this case, Mary doesn't pick a plan and her SEP window closes, so she loses her eligibility to enroll in this loss of coverage SEP, and no notice will be sent to her. The marketplace then will close her SVI and save a copy of her employer letter. Then she can no longer pick a plan and will have to wait until open enrollment or another life qualifying event in order to enroll. So our next scenario and type of SEP for verification is the MOVE SVI. A consumer qualifies for a MOVE SEP when they have gained access to new marketplace plans because of a change in his or her primary place of living. So this is something we've been asked quite a few times as to whether or not, is it their state, their city, their zip code? What is it that's qualifying a consumer for this move? And really it's that they've because of their move, they've gained access to new marketplace coverage. Oftentimes that coincides with a change in zip code or county. But in order to gain access to new coverage, to this move step, then they've gained access to new coverage, and they've had qualifying coverage for at least one of the 60 days preceding their move, or they will have had to lived in a foreign country or U.S. territory for at least one of the 60 days preceding the date of their move. So this prior coverage requirement does not apply, though, to members of federally recognized tribes or shareholders of Alaska Native corporations. And it's also important to remember that a move step doesn't apply to those who may be in a different location for a medical treatment or maybe a prolonged vacation or something like that. So whenever we verify a move step, the consumer has to show two things. One, that they moved within 60 days before applying for marketplace coverage. So these folks don't have the after 60 day or after applying for 60 days like in the loss of MEC. Theirs has to be that they applied 60 days before moving, and then secondly, that they had coverage for at least one of the days preceding their move for those 60 days. In some circumstances, like we were just talking about, somebody could have moved from a foreign country or U.S. territory, and in those cases, the consumer needs to prove their move, but they don't have to prove prior coverage. And then in another situation, if a consumer is homeless, they can submit a reference letter from a person in their state who can confirm that they've lived in the area. That person who submits the reference letter could be a friend, family member, or coworker, but the person who writes the reference letter has to be able to prove their own residency. So they would need to submit some sort of residency document along with that reference letter for the homeless consumer. And again, you all talked about the effective dates, I know, in the prior presentation, but a consumer must apply and choose a plan no more than 60 days after their move to qualify for this move step, and their coverage will be effective based on whether they choose their plan in the first half or second half of the month. So this is also different from the loss of MEC. If they choose a plan between the 1st and 15th of the month, then their new coverage would start the first day of the following month. If they choose between the 16th and the end of the month, then it would start the first day of the second month. So if they choose a plan between June 16th and 30th, then their coverage effective date won't be effective until August 1st. So let's take a look at the move scenario we have here for appended plan selection. John Smith is going to submit their application and qualifies for a SEP due to a move. So his eligibility notice will ask for him to prove a move. And then John's going to pick a plan, and the 30-day SVI clock begins. He gets his pended plan selection notice and a 20-day warning notice after that because we didn't receive documents yet. John then sends a copy of his lease agreement to the marketplace, but no prior coverage. So we're going to see his lease agreement and determine it's insufficient since there's no prior coverage, and give him a phone call asking for additional documents. We'll explain to him that we need prior coverage, and John will get a 15-day warning call. He uploads a letter from the marketplace showing he has prior or coverage prior to his move, and then the marketplace is able to review that letter, resolve the SVI, and so he's going to get his resolution notice, pay his premium, and his enrollment will be released to the issuer. In our second scenario for move, whenever a consumer is moving from outside the U.S., it's a little different. So Ann again submits an application and will get an eligibility notice asking for her documentation. And she picks a plan and receives a 30-day SVI clock. So she gets her pending plan selection, letting her know her deadline. Ann submits an arrival record or an I-94 form in her foreign passport showing the dates she entered the U.S. The marketplace is able to review her documentation and find that it's sufficient, since Ann didn't need to prove prior coverage since she's moving from outside the U.S. The marketplace then resolves the SVI, and Ann gets an SVI resolution notice, and her enrollment's released to the issuer. So I want to pause for a moment and see, let you all get ready. What is acceptable documentation to prove provide for a move SEP? A, just a lease agreement. B, just a letter from an employer with proof of prior coverage. C, a lease agreement and letter from employer with proof of prior coverage. And D, a light bill and a mortgage settlement. All right, C is the correct answer. A lease agreement and a letter from an employer with proof of prior coverage. We couldn't just take A, the lease agreement, because they need to prove prior coverage. And B, a letter from an employer with proof of prior coverage wouldn't prove their move. But C combines those, and then in D, a light bill and a mortgage statement, we would be able to take those as move documents, but not as prior coverage. And we're getting towards the end here, so I want to try to look at a little bit more of a complex scenario. What happens if a consumer has more than one SVI? This could happen in some cases if a consumer with an SVI selects a plan and then resubmits their application with changes that qualify them for a different SEP. Then they could generate a second SVI. So if they don't select a plan after resubmission, so they would have two SVIs as actions under their application details. They didn't select a plan the second time though, remember, so their pending plan selection is only tied to their very first application and first SVI. With these two open SVIs, they'll be retained until the consumer selects a plan associated with the most recent app submission. And if that happens, then the first one's going to close and the first plan would be canceled. So then they'll have the second SVI open and their pending plan selection is now tied to that second SVI or the newest application version. So while both SVIs are open, a consumer could send in documentation to resolve either SVI. If they resolve the first SVI with the pending plan, then the plan goes to the issuer and the second SVI is closed. If the consumer resolves the second SVI, then they'll be asked in their notice to to select a plan within their SEP window in order to continue their coverage. So in a scenario whenever this could happen, Dave Brown submits an application and he qualifies for a loss of coverage SEP. In his eligibility notice, we ask him for documentation just like with all the others, and he picks a plan, so he has a 30-day SVI clock and receives a pending plan selection notice. Dave then gets a 20-day warning notice requesting further documentation, and he comes back to the marketplace to report a move. So in the meantime, his application's updated, and now it's triggering a move SVI. Dave picks a new plan at that point, and so his SVI becomes tied to the move. Once the plan's selected, the loss of coverage SVI is closed, and that plan that was tied to it is canceled. Dave is going to receive a new pending plan selection notice to request documents for his move. He submits a letter about his renter's insurance and from his employer showing he had coverage at least one date prior to the date of move in those 60 days, and the marketplace is able to review those letters, they find them sufficient, and resolve the SVI. So Dave then gets the SVI resolution notice, and his pending plan selection, which remember was tied to the move SVI, is released to the issuer. So I know that's a bit more of a complex scenario, and we're mostly probably going to see the single SVIs, but it could be that a consumer has this complex scenario question. So we have resources that you all can refer to, our sample notices, uploading documents, and we have more resources since this presentation was put together on technical assistance online. So samples of our SVI notices are posted. This presentation and the SEP overview presentation is posted. And then also 5 questions for assisters that you all should know are also now posted online. Here are links to the presentation Carolyn did earlier, as well as these acceptable document links. And these are also now live. And then as of phase 2, so in August, those acceptable document links will be extended for the other 3 SEP types. And this provides a full list of acceptable documents in the consumer's eligibility notice and other notices. It's a bit more of a condensed version. But they could go online here to healthcare.gov/help/prove either coverage, loss, or move, and they would be able to see the full list of documents that they could submit. So we're coming to the end of the presentation here, so I just want to show you, this is the type of documentation that list that will show for loss of coverage in a consumer's notice. And then in the final slide, you'll see what they need in order to prove their move. And there's 2 lists because they need to have something from both list A and B, remember. And these can all be found on those links on the resource slide. And I think we are going to move into a question and answer session. We still have about 13 minutes here, so we can get to some of those. I'll invite Carolyn up to join me.
Apologies, everyone. I'm getting my microphone on. I think, everyone can hear me? Okay, great. Okay, great, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I don't have a microphone on very often.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Can you guys hear us through the mic? No. Okay, we will talk loudly.
We will. I think we might get some technical assistance in a moment, but until then, we'll talk really loudly. And if anybody in the back can't hear us, just wave like this, okay? And we'll speak up. Okay, so as I mentioned before, we have gotten a lot of questions from assisters in previous presentations. So first we're going to go through a few of those that we've gotten from you and your colleagues, and then once we finish up with some of those, we'll move to live questions. So one of the questions that we get often and that we actually got today that I wanted to clarify. Oh, and it looks like our microphones are
help is on the way.
Going to get turned on, so please bear with us here. Oh, it is on. Okay, well, maybe I just need to...
Can you hear us?
Oh, great. Okay. All right. So I won't yell as loud, so you won't have to deal with that. Okay. So one of the questions that we have gotten a lot is, we talked about in the last presentation, someone has that 60-day SEP window, right? They experience their qualifying event, and they have 60 days to apply and pick a plan. So nothing about SEP verification changes that for people, right? People still have access to that full 60 days. And that means that, like Amanda was talking about, that if somebody comes in, say on day 1, and picks a plan and gets that 30-day clock, and they their SVI expires because they don't submit documents or they ran out of time, if they still have time in their 60-day window, they will need to return to their application and make sure it's up to date and that they've still attested correctly and their loss of coverage date, if that's what happened, is correct. But in that case, they can go in and reapply, and since they're still in their window, they will then trigger another 30-day clock to submit documents because they still have that time. And during that 60-day window, sometimes we get asked as well whether people can change from one plan to another during that 60-day window if they'd like. And the answer is yes, they can. People have that time from their triggering event to change plans if they desire. We do caution against that because, as you know, if you're changing from one plan to another, deductible, copay requirements might restart, and just the process of switching insurance companies, it's a little easier usually if someone knows the plan they want the first time around. So just wanted to confirm that to make sure folks are all on the same page. So with that, we'll move into some of the questions that we've gotten from you. And one thing that we've gotten, the first one is if you can just define the terms SVI and SEP-V, because those are new terms for folks.
Yeah, and I know that it's going to take a while to catch on to these maybe, but just as a reminder, the SEP-V is our SEP verification process. So it's this new process of consumers proving their SEP eligibility versus the SVI is what we refer to as the SEP verification issue. So that means that they've applied for coverage, they're eligible for an SEP, but we need them to send in proof and they've picked a plan. So it is triggering that SVI clock, that 30 days. So this is the actual flag, if you will, that lets us know a consumer needs to send in information and they have 30 days from their plan selection in order to resolve before their coverage can start.
Great. And we've also gotten asked about how long it will take for the marketplace to review folks' documents and either confirm their SEP eligibility or get back to them to let them know that we need more information. How long can folks expect that to take once they've submitted documents?
Sure, and that's a great question. It's a question that we get with concern about consumers hearing from the marketplace in a timely manner. So whenever consumers submit their documentation, the marketplace will respond in a timely manner very shortly after. As you know, we only have 30 days for this consumer to have their SVI resolved, so we will be reaching out to the consumer shortly after.
Great. Another question we've gotten is, so somebody's plan selection triggers that 30-day clock, right? Somebody has 30 days from when they pick a plan to submit documents. So can a consumer first submit documents and then pick a plan if that's what they prefer to do?
Yeah, absolutely. So just like in the presentation we were talking about, a consumer could end up submitting documentation and resolving, letting us know that they're eligible for this SEP window and then picking a plan. We do want to encourage that consumers pick a plan right away though, because they'll have 60 days and we don't want them to miss their SEP window during that time. But if they happen to submit documentation, they're still able to pick a plan within that 60 days.
Great, thank you. And just would encourage folks to remember, going back to our SEP overview presentation, that picking a plan within that 60-day window is an important part of being eligible for a particular SEP. So if someone experiences a qualifying event, even if it's true and they can prove it and they experience the loss of coverage or the move, they still do need to pick a plan within the 60 days after the date of their qualifying event, or they are not eligible for that SEP. So that plan selection within the 60-day window is very, very important for being eligible. So moving on to the next question, question 5, because we addressed question 4 at the very beginning. If a consumer chooses a plan but cannot submit documents for a few weeks, maybe they're having trouble getting a hold of documentation for some reason, will this delay the start of the consumer's coverage?
No. So it's important to know that the SEP verification is not going to change how the effective dates work. The consumer's coverage will be effective based on their qualifying event. So if a consumer has a loss of coverage, let's say on July 20th, and applies for coverage and selects a plan on July 25th, and then submits their documents by August 16th, then their coverage will take effect retroactive to August 1st. And SEP verification doesn't change that process.
Great, thank you. So I think if it's okay, we can skip over the next question because we talked pretty extensively about move eligibility earlier. One thing that we have gotten asked in the past is how can someone differentiate between living out of the country versus vacationing out of the country?
And, you know, typically the documents on the acceptable document list that we have are going to be the lease agreement, a move receipt from a moving company or something like that, or a new mortgage, something that isn't really going to pertain to vacationing outside of the U.S. So it's important to look over that acceptable documents list whenever considering if a consumer has been outside the U.S.
Great, thank you. I can also mention that from an SEP and just other eligibility perspective, we do have additional information on the definition of residency and what that means. So feel free to reach out and we can be in touch if you'd like to get some of that additional information and really get into the details in that area. So the next question we've gotten asked about is what happens if a consumer has both an SVI and a data matching issue, so they need to submit documents for both?
Sure. Yeah, and that's where it gets a little bit more complicated, but is likely to happen in consumers that you're in touch with, that a consumer needs to prove, let's say, their loss of coverage SVI and a move, an annual income DMI. So they're going to have two different deadlines. They're going to have their 30-day SVI clock and their 90-day annual income DMI clock. And in that case, we would need for the consumer to submit documents for both to resolve that they have a SEP eligibility and also to verify their annual income data matching issue. I think we have a question real quick.
So where I live in the mountains, we have a lot of folks that have a mountain home for 6 months of the year, and then they go back to Florida for 6 months of the year, or, you know, somewhere. It's the snowbirds that are coming up to our area. So with our plans in North Carolina, however, they can use our Blue Cross their Blue Cross Blue Shield plan outside of the state. I mean, they can, if it's a Blue Cross Blue Shield provider in another state, they can keep the same plan. What happens is we get people to come in to report a life change, that they're moving, and then the eligibility results will show you're eligible for a special enrollment period. So that's one of those residency questions. They may feel like they want to have their mail changed to Florida when they're there, but they don't want the special enrollment period. They don't want to change the plan or have to prove that they moved because they're really just reporting a different address. Can you speak to how we would handle that?
That's a interesting question because we've addressed snowbird related questions before, actually, because it's a common situation. But it sounds like you're talking about a really specific scenario where somebody does not actually want to take advantage of that move SEP. They want to keep their same plan, but just update their address, how it looks in the marketplace account. Okay, so yeah, so understood, and that's a good question. We'll need to take that back. Just because I'm not an expert on the details of how the application works in that way. But please do get in touch with your CMS point of contact so we can address that for you.
And it might be that Rachel has a little bit more information from our eligibility team.
Absolutely, yeah.
Go ahead, Rachel.
You may remember Rachel from our last presentation as well.
Oh, hi everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. So So again, great question. Thank you for asking. So there is no requirement that, so first off, there's no requirement that should a consumer qualify for a special enrollment period, there's no requirement that they change plans, that they use that special enrollment period to change plans. But for this specific situation, also want to point out that, that as you're moving through the application, so the mailing address, the demographic information is at the very front of the application. And while it's important for consumers, for you to assist consumers with clicking all the way through the application, to submission, to reconfirming their plan so that that updated information is sent to the issuer, and so that they'll receive mailing at the correct address. You know, if consumers are really concerned about this, and they don't need to make a change to their plan, they can go ahead and skip right over that, that question that asks about whether they moved. And it's an optional question, and so that way they won't qualify for the special enrollment period, and can sort of avoid this issue.
Great, thanks, Rachel. And I know we're at time, but I think we have one more question back here in the back that we'll take.
Thanks. So I work with a lot of people who get an SEP for moving either from out of the country or from Puerto Rico, U.S. territory. And one thing that we've seen is that if people report that they gained an eligible immigration status, and they also report that they moved from another country, even if they're not required to provide proof of gaining an immigration status, they're requested to provide proof that they moved. Mm-hmm. And sometimes that's hard because a lot of migrant farm workers don't bring with them any documents from their home country to actually show, like, they don't really have a lot of stuff with their prior address on it. And so I'm wondering if a letter of attestation explaining the move will be considered, and also if people, you know, qualify for an SEP for gaining an eligible immigration status and don't provide proof that they recently moved, will that SEP still be approved?
So I'll speak to the first part of that question, and I think Rachel is going to speak to the second part, but certainly just remember that if a consumer is not able to provide documentation, they don't have that with them, that it's certainly acceptable for them to provide a written explanation so that we can consider that, you know, explaining the circumstances. It's important to tell us that they moved from outside the territory, who moved, and then that way we're able to consider that documentation at the marketplace.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing I have to add is moving forward with step verification. I think this is just a general word of advice, but would encourage everyone to look very closely at their eligibility notices. You know, while they may have been asked to submit proof for a move, even though they experienced another qualifying event, that may not always be the case moving forward. And so I just encourage you moving forward to assist those consumers in looking closely. And if they, as Amanda said, if they are still being requested to submit documents for the move, to go ahead and send that letter and explain why they can't share those documents.
Thanks so much, everybody, for your questions today. And if there are any follow-ups we didn't get to, we're happy for you to put those in the fishbowl at the back of the room. And we would love to be able to follow up with you after the conference at a later time. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Okay, our final session of the day will begin here at 4:40, which is 4 minutes away, so don't go far, and I'm expecting to have some additional people join us for that last session, which is the Assister Town Hall, where we will be answering more of your questions.
Thank you. And I'll just grab it from here. That's okay. Thank you so much.
Can you, if you could let me know again the mics that you'll be using for questions? Same ones? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to start our very last session of the day. And our last session of the summit is the Assister Town Hall, which will include a number of speakers who will be answering questions that were presented throughout the whole summit, not just the day. So we are going to start off. I'm going to introduce to you Jennifer Beeson, and from there she will introduce other members who will be joining her to answer your questions. So please help me welcome Jennifer Beeson.
Thanks, everyone. You made it. We're in the last session, and we're going to answer some of the questions that you have been feeding us back in those glass punch bowls. Before I introduce our panel, I thought I would come out and answer a few of the questions that I've been getting that are like the toughest questions, right? The hard questions. And they generally have been falling into three categories, so I'm going to address them head on. The first category is, hey, there's a bill on the Hill that does something that affects what we do, right? We haven't addressed it because we're not the right people to address it. We really can't say anything about that until something changes. The law we have is the law. And so we 100% appreciate that this is incredibly awkward to have you guys here in town at this exact moment, but we really aren't the right set of folks to talk about that. So we just can't address it. I'm happy to talk to any one of you offline if you want to grab me. The second set of issues is also really tough. Some of you raised this in some of our breakout sessions. I know I talked about it a little bit just a short second ago. Leslie Wagstaff talked about it. And that is questions around how do I work with immigrant populations and new Americans. A lot of you are concerned that it's going to be more difficult than ever to reach out and enroll folks who are permitted to enroll in the Affordable Care Act right now. And I think what I can say to that is we empathize and we understand. We've given guidance in the past about what the current law is, but we at CMS want to be really, really cautious. It's an incredibly sensitive topic right now, and I think the best thing that we could do for you all is probably collect some of the best practices that you all have been working with to try to figure out how to earn the trust of those communities or reach out or keep the lines of communication open. Collect those best practices and figure out a way to share them back out to you. And sharing them back out to you, just to be very honest, does not mean putting them on a big website necessarily. We may be having one-on-one conversations with you, and we may be finding other outlets to try to share that information. But I think that's probably the best way to deal with that issue. One of the reasons we built this conference so that there was lots of interactive time between sessions for you all to meet each other, including today at lunchtime, was so that you could seek each other out, because I think everyone's dealing with this problem. In some communities, it's a little bit more difficult than in other communities. So hopefully you did get to share a little bit of that today. And the third set of issues, equally tough, which is what is the future of the Navigator program? What's the future of our funding? If you are a Navigator, and I know we have some CACs here as well, but if you are a Navigator, you will have gotten the target award amount for the next grant period, which will start September 2nd. As in past years, we have always warned you that we can adjust that award amount during the summertime. I can tell you that personally I feel pretty confident that the final award amount that you're going to get in September is going to be similar to the award amount that we gave you for your application that was due in June. And as an example, like last year, if you got an adjustment, one of the reasons why you got an adjustment was we had one state who decided they wanted to not be an FFM anymore, and we had another state who decided they did want to be an FFM, and that means we have to fund Navigator programs, so we had to adjust some money around. And so some of you saw an award amount at the September that was a little different than the one that we'd given you in the spring. That may happen this year. I can tell you that we don't have any states that are moving around. That doesn't mean there won't be other adjustments for other reasons, but the best I can give you is I don't think there's going to be a huge shift between what we told you and your award amount in September. That's for the next budget period, right? I also am not really capable of speaking beyond that because I also don't know what happens beyond that. I can just tell you what I know at this time, which is we are funded for another budget year, and you'll have your funding September 2nd, and you'll have that until September 1. So that's what I can tell you on those 3 big issues. I know that folks had wanted us to address that earlier, and I regret that we didn't really get that message out earlier, but you're hearing it now, and I think some of it got through in some of the breakout sessions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to a team who's going to answer some of the other questions you all have been giving us in those punch bowls at the back. So with no further ado, Deborah Bryant, Gian Johnson, Leslie Wagstaff, and Sarah Barber, please join us.
I was going to try and serenade you guys with "Looks like we've made it." We're finally at the end. I mean, not finally at the end. We're at the end, the last session of the Sister Summit. And as Jen said, we've been collecting questions in the back. In the punch bowls, we've been collecting questions in the breakout rooms. We've been collecting questions through a whole bunch of different forms, and we're going to take the time now to address some of the questions. Interestingly enough, many of the questions kind of followed along a lot of different themes, similar to the buckets that Jen just addressed, but different. And so I'm just going to call out, we were able to, well, I went through and kind of categorized and set some questions aside. And so I'm just going to jump right in because we don't have a lot more time and we've all earned to get through this one. Okay. So the first question, I'm going to put it out to the group, and you guys can take a crack at answering them. But the first question is, I work in a state where we're anticipating having counties with no QHPs or maybe one QHP next year. What will happen to consumers in those areas, and what should I be doing as a navigator? So I guess this came from a navigator. We got these questions from navigators. Anybody?
I can take a stab at that one.
Okay.
So we hear your concern if you've been reading some press releases. You might be concerned about what the QHP landscape is going to look like in your area. If you're following our QHP certification process, you'll know that last Wednesday was the deadline for QHPs to submit an application for the next year. We're still in the process of assessing those submissions and figuring out if there are any we call them bear counties, but counties that potentially will not have a QHP issuer. So we're not for sure. And then it's a very fluid situation. We work with both the issuer and the state, and we grant flexibility to issuers to make changes to their coverage areas if there are counties that are bare. So if you remember last year, there were rumors of bare counties, but then by the time we had open enrollment, there were no bare counties. Same situation this year. We're still working, we're still assessing. QHP applications, the final agreements aren't signed until September 27th, I believe. And so until that's done, there will be no definitive answer of which counties are bare. So I know it's hard to ignore what you're reading in the news. It's a really, really fluid situation.
Okay, so you keep saying bare counties, and
Sorry, counties with no QHP coverage. And I think you said there was a follow-up to that. Can you repeat the second question?
What will happen to consumers in this area, and what should I be doing as a navigator? But I'm going to put that out there as an assister. I think this came from a navigator, but either.
Yes. So as a navigator or a CAC, if there is a county in your area where there is not QHP coverage. And again, we don't know that yet. We won't know that until early fall. You still have work to do, right? They still may be eligible for Medicaid. They still may be eligible for other private off-exchange programs. And we rely on you all to help those consumers figure out if there are options out there for them. Also, as an assister, especially a navigator, if you're worried about, I have a Bexar County and I set these goals, don't worry, we will be flexible, work with your project officers, and we're gonna kind of cross that bridge if we get there. Don't get too anxious about that.
Okay, thank you. So we received a lot of questions with regards to the shortened open enrollment period, particularly what assisters should focus on during the summer in terms of outreach. So I'm going to turn either Sarah or Gian to answer that one because it's a program question.
I'll take a stab and then Gian can chime in if she wants. So obviously open enrollment is short this year. It's 6 weeks. It's November 1st to December 15th. I've been thinking about this a lot as I've listened to you all over the last few days, and I think that the main goal for us is to help you get started early, hit the ground running, do it early. I don't know how to say that, early and often maybe. We need to get the word out. I want to make sure that consumers understand that the deadline is December 15th this year. Now, historically, that's been our heaviest day. So that is when, that's kind of the goal we shoot for because we want folks to have their coverage effective as of January 1. I think it's going to require leaning on your partners in the community to help you spread the word, strengthen those networks. But I would be starting literally now, figuring out your strategies for how you're going to reach consumers, how they're going to know where to come for help, and make sure that they're aware of the deadline.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'll add, Jen mentioned that the funding letter that you got in May was basically the funding that we expect to be able to provide to you. And so start making those hiring decisions now and those planning decisions now so that when the training goes live later in August, you're able to get your staff trained as soon as it's available so you can have them all trained by October 1st and really spend October focusing on sensitizing consumers to the shortened deadlines.
That's interesting. You said training, and it's almost like the next question on the paper. It doesn't often happen that way, but the next question that we got was about training, and when will the training for next open enrollment be available?
Early August. Woo-hoo. Sorry, I didn't want to steal your thunder.
I think you stole it, but that's okay. As long as there's an answer with it, I'm sure they're okay.
Early August.
So the training will be available early August. It's okay.
You can answer the next one.
So, how can we be sure we are being fair and impartial when there's only one QHP issuer in the service area? So I think this was going back to maybe the Bexar County question. Anybody want to take a stab at that one?
I'll take a stab. And Gian, I'm sorry. I swear we're going to let her talk at some point.
I'm sure there'll be enough to go around.
So if there's only one QHP available, I think it can still be fair and impartial by making sure you discuss with your consumers all the different plans that are available from that issuer. I think we have to kind of broaden our perspective a little bit. When you're working with consumers, we want to make sure we're looking at every possible option. So that would include Medicaid and CHIP, any plans offered, even if they're all from the same issuer, as well as other options that might be available to them. It might be charity care. It might be other programs out there that you can refer them to.
Okay. Gian, I'm going to go directly to you. I got this question, we got it online before, and then I got it in a session today earlier about going door to door and assisters' ability to go door to door. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so this is an issue I think we've progressed on a little bit since OE1. So navigators, assisters, CACs are all allowed to go door to door for the purposes of conducting outreach, so letting them know that you're in the area if they want an appointment. in our guidance, we've always said that you shouldn't go door to door for the sole purpose of saying, hey, do you want to enroll today? If the consumer on their own says they would like to enroll or they would like you to assist them with an enrollment, that's fine, but your purpose should be outreach and education.
So if you go to door, you knock on someone's door and they're like, oh, I'm so glad you knocked today because I was just thinking about enrolling in health insurance. You can enroll them there.
Yes.
In the privacy of their own home.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What about putting mailers in mailboxes?
That's a no.
So that's a no.
Not for navigators, for people in general, just as a federal law, it's against the law to put
All
things
people?
in people's mailboxes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Unless you're a mail person.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, but, right. Okay. So, along those same lines, or actually maybe just a little bit different, what about assisters being able to speak to the call center on a consumer's behalf?
That actually came up, well, sorta, in one of the breakout sessions and the appeals sessions, so I'm glad you brought that up. Okay, so
Well, we
I
got the
think I
question a
might
couple of
say
times.
something that might blow somebody's mind in this room. For the purpose of the marketplace call center and application, there is no such thing as an authorized rep.
Wait, okay, hold on. So so for the purpose, I'm just gonna rewind that for you.
Yes.
So for the purposes of the call center, you're saying there's no such thing as the term an authorized rep?
Yes. So you hear the term authorized rep in a couple different instances as you're helping consumers. One might be appeals. Authorized rep that actually exists. The authorized rep can act on the behalf of the consumer. But you as an assister in your official assister capacity, whether you're a CAC or a navigator, are not allowed to act as an authorized rep for the purpose of appeals, right? So that's appeals. For the call center and for the marketplace application, there is no such thing as an authorized rep. You might have remembered that section that was on the application before. It's no longer there. There's no process for a consumer to designate an authorized rep. You can, however, speak on a consumer's behalf for call center purposes only. So you can call the call center, have the consumer give consent to say, hey, I'm working with a sister or I'm working with a friend or family member, and they can speak on my behalf. The call center should say, what issues will you allow this person to speak upon? So it could be making changes to my application or helping me with this DMI. They can say everything. They choose what you can help them with or speak on their behalf on. And then the call center should say, and how long would you like this person to have this privilege? A year, a day, however long that is, and that should be documented. So I know a lot of sisters, we get questions like, I was an authorized rep for the call center, and I called to say, I want to be authorized rep, and they said no, but I thought that I could be authorized rep. That's because in their mind, there's no such thing as an authorized rep. And I know it's confusing and a bit like nuancy, but the difference is an authorized rep can act on the behalf of the consumer.
Okay, so going back to the time limit on that particular designation. So it could be a year, or it could be up to a year, a date, or up to a year, or
yeah.
Say that part
again. It can be up to a year. The consumer can decide how long, but if they don't designate how long, it should be good for a year.
Okay, good. And what about going back to assisters and how they work with other types of people who help enroll people in coverage? How would you recommend assisters and agents and brokers work together?
So I'll answer, and then I think Sarah and I get different stories from different project officers, but one of the main things we hear is Navigator organizations regularly have issuers from their area. Everybody who sells in their market will come in and do like an educational seminar with the Navigator, so they're educated on the plan changes for the upcoming year. There's also health conferences where the navigators and agents and brokers and other health health assistance people will be together, and so having like similar booths. Where we try to draw where we do draw the line is if you're renting like an office space, you shouldn't have an agent and broker also working in that same office space with you. Okay. And then I think the other thing that I tell folks a lot is if you want to refer a consumer to an agent and broker, if they say I want to talk to an agent and broker, to have a list of as many, at least 3 or 4, if there are 3 or 4 in your area that they can go to and talk to just kind of get a mix and not have the appearance of favoring anybody.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to say that would probably be something that I would think about, is trying to make sure not to steer everybody to the same person. Okay. And then another topic off of a sister navigator and a sister policy, but it's a kind of a policy question, and it has to do with COBRA. If an employer offers to pay part of COBRA, does the consumer have the option of marketplace coverage with tax credits?
I'm going to let Sarah.
I'll take it. Thank you, Deborah, for deferring to Sarah. Go ahead.
So
That was gracious of you.
I'll try to make this as clear as possible. So if a employer is contributing to COBRA, that is irrelevant for eligibility for marketplace APTC. And what I mean by that is if you are currently enrolled in COBRA, you are considered to be enrolled in minimum essential coverage, and you are not eligible for APTC or CSR on a marketplace plan. If you are in the position of having an offer of COBRA coverage and you're choosing between COBRA and the marketplace, you are free to enroll on the marketplace, and if you are otherwise eligible, enroll with financial assistance, APTC. So basically the employer contribution is a bit of a red herring in that situation.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's all right.
And next, do you have the final enrollment numbers by county for open enrollment 4? I know, go ahead.
So I will admit, I looked this one up mostly when I was doing the Navigator funding data, but if you Google 2017 open enrollment period data, it'll take you to a page we have on CMS that has the public use data for county, state, zip code, and there was 1 or 2 other ones, but there's a couple Excel files that you can download, and they're really very comprehensive. I encourage you all to take a look.
Okay, thank you. If you're having trouble getting a response from the CAC CMS email, what are the next steps? And these came right out of the punch bowl in the back, so my apologies if I'm not reading the handwriting clearly, but I think that's the gist of this one.
I'm not sure they have the email address correct on that.
It just says CAC CMS email, but that's what it says on here. Anyway.
So the first step would be to email the right email box, which is CAC inquiries, I think, at cms.hhs.gov. But we'll make sure to circulate that CAC inquiry box to all the attendees. We welcome your inquiries. We typically try to get back to people within 24, 48 hours, depending on the volume. If you have not heard back, please feel free to email us again, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We have a small and mighty team, and someone's telling me it's CAC questions, not inquiries, CAC questions at cms.hhs.gov.
Okay, good. And we'll still
circulate the email.
Yes, we will still circulate the email address. And this specifically says clarification. If a former navigator returns or is rehired by the same grantee, are they given their same navigator ID that was previously assigned?
So Delia touched on this a little bit yesterday with regards to CAC IDs, but the same holds true. So when a navigator leaves your organization, you should request that the ID be decertified. And then if that person should return, if they're maybe a seasonal hire, they should be assigned a new ID.
Okay, cool. And I'm going through these fast because in the interest of time. So if our agency or organization was hosting a conference or workshop and wanted to have someone come down from CMS to speak, what is the process?
I know everyone wants Gian to come do her skit. There is a process. You have to fill out a speaker request form. So you would request a speaker request form from either your project officer or the CAC questions inbox. and someone will get that form to you. Now, I don't want to over-promise that just because you send a form, we'll be able to come. Obviously, our budget, our travel budget is really tight, but every request will be considered.
Okay. Well, I think we're at the end of our time for today. To those questions that we were not able to address because of the limited amount of time, or there were some questions that we're researching answers to right now, we will try to get to through future webinars or sister newsletters. But thank you so much for your questions. And Jen is going to rejoin us.
Or maybe Stacey.
Nothing. Hi, Jen.
First of all, thank you all very, very much for coming, and we appreciate any feedback you want to give us about this. We learned some really great things. I watched you guys talk to each other and learn from each other. I want to give you a few notes. Number one, there's evaluation forms in your folder. Hand them to anybody with a CMS badge on your way out. We're going to look at them. You can access materials associated with various summit sessions online on our event webpage. And even more materials will be posted, oops, I'm a little too loud, after the summit is complete. You can access these online materials for up to a month from today's date. So that's just, don't think that you're going to be able to get them 6 months from now. You should kind of go download them after this. I want to do a round of thank yous. First of all, to Karen Shields, who came the first day and gave us our welcome. I also want to thank our team. So Leslie Wagstaff and Deborah Bryant are our great leaders of our technical assistance team. The technical assistance team puts out the newsletters, they do the webinars, and they plan this conference. So I want to thank them. I also want to thank Gian Johnson, Sarah Barber, their team of project officers you've seen and met with this whole conference, and they also contributed to putting together this conference. So thank you to them. And finally, I really want to call out two people who ran point on this entire conference, and that's Sarah Rosta and Emily Ames, and they're probably running around doing stuff because they have for the last 4 months. You're here, stand up. There's Emily. I don't know where Sarah is. Oh, there's Sarah.
Right there.
She lost her voice. Feedback survey, make sure you fill that out. And for folks who are online, the survey is available online. Let us know all your thoughts on the summit. And other than that, thanks for coming and have a great trip home. Thank you very much.
Thank you.